Hello everyone and welcome to what this time I'm pretty sure is the final episode, unless something goes terribly wrong. But this is the final episode, can't speak, of the story playthrough of Horizon Zero Dawn that I'm doing so we can be ready for Forbidden West, where we're basically playing through everything in the story and going over all the lore with data points and yada yada. So we only have two main quests left. We go to Gaia Prime and then of course the final one in Meridian. We have the Queen's Gambit side quest, two side quests left to do as well. And we got the entirety of the Hunter's Lodge. And then we have a hunting ground and a cauldron. So that is all that is left. That gives us some story to the game. Also Shield Reaver if you want to count that. But first, I think we're gonna start off today with cleaning up some of the data points that I have missed in my journey so far, which means we need to go here to what's it called, the Devil's First, and let's clean up some of these data points that I did not pick up in the first couple of days of my playthrough, because I wasn't using a map in the first couple of days. So now let's just quickly go over the ones we have missed. So yeah, not a lot of stuff left today, but so we should be done today. Or I'm 99% sure we'll be done today. I guess I underestimated yesterday how much stuff was actually left, but today for sure it'll be done. So yeah, we got a data point right here. Scott versus Frost. Let me get some water here. Editorial. Overturning Scott versus Frost is a pipe dream. January 9th, 2061. Of all the tedious and repetitive talking points that became the touchstones of the last presidential election, none were more empty and jejune than the debate over Scott versus Frost, the Supreme Court decision that granted corporations the right to run for and hold political office through proxy candidates. Nobody could be blamed for thinking this was an actual issue. This was the race, after all, that brought us such deliciously dramatic hollow clips as Lacey Almodovar asking to speak to your Barney Academy's manager, and Atami declaring Almodovar a dangerous anarchist for her apparently anti-corporate stance. But for all of Almodovar's fairy rhetoric, the fact remains that the single largest donor to her campaign fund was arguably the second most powerful corporate entity in the world, Metallurgic International. To think that she would have any legitimate interest in data corrupted. So there you can see companies in the world of Horizon were able to use proxy candidates to have seats in government. I guess they kind of do now, but I guess it's a bit more blatant in the Horizon world. And obviously still taking funding from companies was still a thing. Have I tried passive speedrun on Horizon? Never tried that. No. And then we have another one here. Yeah, hand Devil's First, I just missed so many data points, so we'll quickly clean all these up. I think I might have gotten this one already, but I guess we'll find out when we get there. Yeah, we already got this one. Let me just see which one it is. Caramel, yeah. We read that earlier in the game. But there's one over here by the water tower, which I don't think we got. Yeah, we didn't get the one by the water tower. Refugee Museum opens. Sorry. Climate Refugee Museums open in London. Museum open in London. Opens in London, Jesus. London, May 8th, 2060. Celebrated poet and environmental activist Diego Abela fought back tears today in speech delivered on the steps of the newly opened Climate Refugee Memorial Museum in London. I was 19 in 2033 when the waves rose up and swallowed the Azores, Abela said. The waves swallowed my home. The next decade of my life I would spend behind the walls of the famous Mead Emergency Relocation Facility, starving at day, freezing at night, contending with scorn, disgust, and abuse from the very people charged to care for me. Abela went on to discuss the still controversial police action of 2038 in the famous Mead uprising, and it was an uprising, not a riot, as your hollow pages still call it. I saw men and women cross beneath the jackboot heel of a panicking power structure. Friends, lovers, I saw them die. My experience is not singular. There were thousands famous meets. We must not allow this dark moment in our species' history to become a struggling footnote. Second Chance Party UK Prime Minister Sally Bowyer was among the first to tour the new museum. Our nation totally needs this. What climate refugees endured was really bad. It completely deserves a real space museum, so we can literally stand in there in remembrance and be aware and create a brighter world than what came before. In contrast, opposition candidate Nigel Cairns-Bailey of the Fair Chance UK party was fiercely critical of the museum and its spokesperson. More than a billion persons perished in the Great Die-Off thanks to the generosity of the UK. Or generosity, Diego Abela was not one of them. It was so hated the fact that we saved his life and gave him shelter for a decade. I suggest he went his way down to the Thames and jumped in. It's never too late to drown. In fact, I data corrupted. Well, spicy little comment by the politician there. But more information about what happened to the climate refugees during the die-off period in Horizon. Which one is this one? Leak Sparks Fees. So there's one over here. I'm not sure if we've gotten that one. Apparently people were treated quite poorly in the internment or in the refugee camps. Probably millions of people had to flee. Oh yeah, or definitely millions of people that had to flee. And then of course leading to, you know, the struggle of taking care of those people and, you know, leading to uprisings and stuff. Leak sparks fears. Leaked Sayulu International correspondence sparked fears of potential mass layoffs and deportations. Shanghai, July 4th, 2062. The hacker-collected Idiot Army has released nearly a terabyte of international correspondence from Sayulu Lunar Resource Incorporated, sparking rumors that the Shanghai-based lunar mining company is preparing to downsize considerably. Sayulu's sizable robotic war fleet and competitive salaries attracted attention from young English-speaking professionals in the mid-2050s. But the leaked files suggest that the company's increasing reliance on automation may have made much of their human workforce obsolete. The correspondence repeatedly touches on the potential cost of relocating redundant personnel, suggesting that if mass layoffs do occur, former Sayulu employees will lose the Chinese citizenship guaranteed by their employment. Remember some of the data points we read earlier of people went to China to get jobs? Yeah. And now, of course, automation then took over and, well, then you, of course, lose those jobs and, I guess along with it, your citizenship. So let's see, have we gotten these two? There's one over here we haven't gotten. Yeah, so let's head over there. So yeah, a little bit of data point cleanup here to start off today's stream, but hopefully you guys don't mind. I hope you're still enjoying learning some of the background lore of Horizon that you would not get unless you went over the data points.
Calm, calm.
First Amendment, virtual. Editorial. Does the First Amendment apply to virtual spaces? April 29, 2063. Last week, in one of the biggest synchronized police actions in US history, the homes of more than 700 private citizens were raided, and more than 500 were arrested were made for crime of inciting criminal behavior using private informational processes. Excuse me. Had a burp coming there. If you've been paying attention over the past 9 years, you'll know how to pass the above legal words soup. Those raided are accused of participating in a virtual anti-corporate sovereignty rally. This time at the HoloNet headquarters of Sterling Marquette. Watching 500 people, many of them bloodied and terrified, hauled from their homes by police, SWAT bots, is understandably and rightfully horrifying to a lot of people. But this is nothing new. As far back as 2054, when the first major arrest of virtual protesters occurred over the occupation of Metallurgic International's holographic customer service center, pundits and courts have engaged in the debate over whether or not the internet constitutes a public space, and is therefore legally required to oblige peaceable assembly. Legislation simply hasn't kept up with the advances of the HoloNet, and at no accident it serves the interest of Sterling Marquette and Metallurgic and their corporate ilk to treat the holoscape not as a public space, but, in the words of Metallurgic backed Senator Garrett O'Neill, an array of privately owned information processes, the same O'Neill data corrupted. So yeah, I guess that's also a debate we have in today's day and age of, you know, I guess it's public places such as Facebook, Twitter, and all that. Does the law of public spaces, should those apply there, or are they private companies and can do whatever they want in those spaces? That is a hot button issue. And I guess it was an issue in Horizon as well. But I guess it's kind of like corporate rights versus citizens' rights, I guess, to an extent. It's like if you are a company, some would argue you should be allowed to make your own rules for what the products you're selling, but some would argue if it's becomes more of a public thing that everybody uses, then the standard law should apply. Did I see the thread Facebook recently said recently? No. Was there something about that in that? I guess I have gotten the data point around here, by the looks of it. Where is the data point here? Am I blind? I guess I got this one since it's not showing up on the map. And we got one more left here in Devil's First, which is over by this house. Tech companies become lords and we become serfs with no rights. Yeah. I mean, I would definitely say in that debate, I lean more towards that.
Minutes anyway.
You know, basic rights and stuff should apply to, you know, spaces like Facebook, Twitter, and all that stuff. But, Facebook said that if they aren't allowed to keep EU data on US servers, Facebook and Instagram would cease operating in the EU. I mean, sure, just give up on a massive market. I don't know, that sounds like a bit of a poker face to me. I don't know about you. Especially given they just lost, or was it 25% of their value? Sure. You're already losing customers, why don't you just get rid of the entirety of the EU? I don't see how that could go wrong, or how your investors would complain about that. So you go ahead, Mark Zuckerberg, do that. It sounds like a great idea. Yeah, hence Fred and Crow. Yeah, it's basically not a Fred, because it, like, is his board really gonna say yes to that? Give up on the entire European market? You know? It kind of seems like shooting yourself in the foot while you already shot yourself in the knee or something. Or an analogy like that, I guess. Alright. Hearts wins Bahamas. Hearts declared victory in fight for the Bahamas. Nassau. Nassau. Yar, matey, we're going to Nassau. Sorry. I don't know. Had to make a pirate reference whenever I hear NASA being brought up. Apologies to the people on Bahamas, I guess. Anyway, let's treat this seriously now. Nassau, December 22nd, 2062. After weeks of skirmishes between the robotic forces of the US-backed Heart Corporation and the Colombia-based Combine TG Communications, the islands that compose of the former Commonwealth of the Bahamas had been officially acquired by Heart, pending a successful request for enfranchisement. Interest in the Bahamas, newly remerged since polar ice reconstruction, caused global sea levels to recede and was sparked by Bahamian beaches' rich deposit of aragonite and minerals used in chemical scrubbing of water-based pollutants. Hearts, which commands an already impressive robotic military force, enlisted the aid of Michigan-based private military corporation Great Lakes Combat Solutions to capture TG communication manufacturing facilities. The much smaller Colombian corporate defended their Bahamian facilities for longer than early projections anticipated, thanks in part to robot lease agreements with the Indian military, but was ultimately forced to retreat in the face of larger and better equipped acquisition force. Need some water here. The thing is, a high majority of EU users would be very happy if Facebook left. Oh yeah, I wouldn't lose sleep over that either. Hearts has announced intentions to holocast an immersive extravaganza highlighting the most explosive moments of robot-on-robot conflict. However, as of press time, no scheduled date has been set. So there you go. Once again, another example of companies using military robots to fight over resources in the Horizon world. One of the reasons why Farrow Industries got so, got so much money and all that. And also, you could see they even would upload highlights of these robot fights that you could then watch. A little bit dystopian, don't you guys think? There's the 3 data points over here, which I think we got all of those. I'll quickly check if we got all of those before we head further north. There's like 3 right here. I think we got all 3. So I guess they spelled out that they break EU law today. Oh yeah, but they have so much money they don't care. They'll just fight it in court. I don't know. Facebook is just one of those companies that are so large they just think they can get things turned around, and to an extent they can in some places, but I feel like the EU is one of those places where a good amount of fighting is actually being done to, you know, prevent it. At least with current leadership. Inebriate available. For immediate release, Inebriate now available in the Faro store. San Francisco, California, 2059. Available today on the Faro store, Inebriate turns your focus into your best drinking buddy. Looking to bend the elbow, Inebriate monitors your blood alcohol level, notifying bartenders when your drink needs refreshing, negotiating with bouncers, and summoning friends if you are overindulged. Feeling maudlin after a night on the town, Inebriate analyzes all hollow snaps before they are sent and save you from humiliation. No more drunken weeping to your ex. Getting creeped on by a weirdo. With a discreet gesture, Inebriate alerts your post to come save you from an unwanted social exchange. Inebriate currently recognizes and modulates alcohol, marijuana, skydive, and duster intoxications, and future patches will integrate Razorwing and Snake. Time to party, time for Inebriate. Drink butt data point, yeah. Ah, yes. Who doesn't want their phone to go off with an alert that your friend is too drunk and you should come pick him up? That sounds like an app that couldn't possibly backfire at all. Sounds absolutely perfect, doesn't it? What could go wrong? Alright, let's head up here to Devil's Grief now. There's a lot of data points we missed up here. So Faro rose because of fighting over port's climate resources? Yeah. Oh, that's why. So basically, I guess a quick summary of Faro Industries. They started out by making various robotics, especially the Focus, which made them a lot of money, you know, early on. But then when the die-off happened, where the climate got really bad, they were the one company that, you know, while Elizabeth was working there, that they spent a lot of money and resources to fight back the climate. But then once the clawback happened and things started getting better, they then started investing in military robots, because now corporations could fight over those resources. So, you know, corporate and, you know, militaries buying war robots to fight over resources became very profitable. Because a lot of land had been underwater, such as the Bahamas, as we just read about, right? So since it had been underwater, it no longer was a land that anybody claimed. So Bahamas didn't exist anymore. But it came back when the water came back again, so nobody owned those lands, meaning that corporations could then fight over it. And that's why it got so profitable for companies like Faro Industries and Metallurgic, or the other companies we've heard about. Or Faro and Metallurgic were the two biggest. Obviously Faro way bigger than anybody else. And you remember when we were at Maker's End, we read the data point where Faro would intentionally get two corporations together to fight together in the building to make them hate each other and therefore invest more in their robots. Luna, here I come. Personal log user 56579637. Looks like I'm heading to the moon. Met with Jerry today, and he told me some of our helium-3 mines are producing well below specs. Grown-ups has eye on the ground up there, but even they can't say what's causing the problems. So the Corp is going to send up a team to investigate firsthand. Low G training starts Monday. Luna, here I come. Ah yes. Going to the moon so you can investigate why your drones aren't mining properly. Mining on the moon. Sounds like a lot of fun, actually. So there's one up here that I think I missed. So yeah, in short, military robots became profitable because, you know, a lot of land got reclaimed when the clawback happened, and that land was no longer claimed by any country or corporation for that matter, meaning that corporations that had a lot of money lying around could invest in robots to fight over those resources. And that's how military robots became so normal in the world of Horizon, or the old ones, if you will. What's up, Thrasher? Mexico. Personal log user 88672821. Crota is going to kill me. Got boss this morning notifying me that Metallurgic had occupied 2 of our Mexico Helium-3 facilities. No declaration of intent, no warning, just bam. So of course, the blame on me. I could fire a grievance with the ICC, but that only covers the company's ass, not mine. Could get Great Lakes interdiction on the line, maybe clean up this mess by Monday. But my line of credit stained as it is. How did they slip in past the sniffers? Where were our thrashers? It's bad, so bad. So I guess this is an example, a place in Mexico. I guess it doesn't say where in Mexico, but where you can see Metallurgic just snug in with their military robots and took over a place already occupied. And when your military army is bigger than the other, I guess you can't really do anything. Or if they have better robots, you're just kind of screwed. And I think there's one down here I've missed. I think we got all here at the gas station. I believe there's one over by this building next to the scrubber. Oh wait, it's up here. Never mind. I thought it was over by the building. She's the one. Personal log user 154723. Hey future Greg, it's me Greg. Prediction. Elysian is the one. I know it's just one date, but it's her. We went to the transportation history exhibit at the phrase. We got to drive a car. We got to drive a car. Like actually drive one of those old ones with the wheel and the foot things. It was terrifying, but when I took this turn too fast, Allison's hand shot over to mine and climbed on it. The awkward distance was shattered. She looked at me and I could see in her face that she felt exactly the same. Mark my words, Alice and Greg forever. So just imagine that. In a couple of years you'll go to a museum where you can drive a car. Because that's an ancient thing. Where it has wheels and those foot thingies. There's also supposed to be one here. I'm not sure if I've gotten that one. You can quickly check.
Machine's quick.
Leave me alone. Also, the vanity to take cars will be no different. Probably. Oh yeah, I did get this one. So let's look at the map here again. Which ones have we not gotten? There's 4 up here, which I don't think we have all of them. There's one here. Horseback riding is scary. I've never tried it and probably never will, because yeah, it's scary and terrifying. Okay, there's one here on the car. Idiot Army. Personal log user 89865441. I'm not sure what I expected being part of a hacker collective to be like exactly, but so far the whole Idiot Army thing has been anticlimactic. Turns out being a world-renowned cyber threat mostly consists of hanging out in internationally traggy looking hollow spaces with dudes in anonymizing skins, most of which are like meme based. Like there's a dude or maybe a few dudes with a skin model after that incredulous pigeon reaction hollow. Couple of guys who are literally just walking kapok trees. I asked someone what the next big operation would be. I even had a suggestion: doxing far zenith. Fitzing Corporation Warbots, come on. And he called me a turd baron, as though data corrupted. So one of the idiot armies left a holo behind. There was a hologram earlier talking about the idiot army exposing a company that was going to do layoffs. And then there's one over here we haven't gotten. That sounds like the perfect name for a hacker group, to be fair. Idiot Army. And yeah, I would imagine even if you are part of like something like Anonymous or like a major hacking group or something like that, it probably is just mostly memes that are thrown around and not really some serious organization. Yeah. I mean, that's what I like about the lore of Horizon. It seems fairly realistic, a lot of it. Alright. Holo Haunting. Personal log user 52359678. The rest of the paranormal research community remains intransigent. This is no great surprise. I knew my theories would be received as radical apostasy. However, the time is coming, and coming soon, when the body of research on paranormal phenomena will be forced to contend with the simple fact that virtual spaces are as easily occupied by the spirits of the restless, dead, and as physical spaces. This is not mere speculation. It was I who witnessed the screaming spirit that drifts between the discussion rooms of the International Alliance of Knitting Enthusiasts. Oh, that's Seth. Knitting Enthusiast. Sorry. It was I who listened in stunned shock to the It was I who listened in stunned shock to the hushed, mad whispers, riding, withering breath, and the diegetic soundscape of goblination, like spectral refugees. The spirits of the dead flee our realm to reside in Holoscape, and I intend to discover the reason. Do I plan on doing this kind of playthrough for Forbidden West? Yeah, exactly. Pretty much the same way. Hey Chris, yeah, long time no see. Hope you're doing well, man. I think we got the one by the bridge, and then there's the one here. We might as well just quickly check if we've gotten them. I think we did. But yeah, I don't really know what to make of that one about paranormal activity in hollow spaces. That seems... I don't really know what to say about that data point. I guess you'll have to make of your own mind about that one. We definitely got the one under the bridge. Yeah, it's right there. We got that one. But did we get the one up here by the building? Before we entered Ring of Metal? This was back on day one, so I don't... Yeah, we didn't get the one in the building. I knew I missed one of them. Supplier. Personal log user 78678963. Finally got a lead on the bad meat supplier out of Tulsa. Seems affordable. Sample scheduled for delivery later tonight. They do everything: beef, chicken, pork, mutton, and even alligator jerky, which I didn't even realize was something people want. If the quality is adequate, this enterprise kicks into high gears. Stuff what Dad said about real space dining. Legacy industry, my ass. Yo, Chris, thanks for the 6-month resub. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the continued support. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Abby. So yeah, an example of meat being a scarce resource, and or maybe not a scarce resource, but so uncommon that you have to go to specialist if you want meat in the world of Horizon. And then we have 2 more data points down here by this bandit camp that we never got. Alligator meat. I have actually tried alligator, and I would not recommend it. Didn't taste all that great. Oh, it's very dry. Maybe it was cooked poorly, I don't know, but compared to other meat, it wasn't great. And data point in the house here. Where are I? Oh, it's down here. Robar is coming. There's a Robar location coming to your neighborhood. This is a special offer exclusively for a print value recipient. Did you know that Robar, America's premier automated brew pub, is opening a location near you? Our Boston, Chicago, and St. Louis locations are famous nationwide for their delicious craft beer selections. Artisanal takes on classic bar food and gracious robotic bar staff. Why spend good drinking money on tips? Make tonight a Robar night at our new long thing brand value location and enjoy 15% off your tab. So I guess that seems like something they would commercialize in the US when things get automated, where it's like, hey, things are so automated now that you can save money here because we have robot staff, so you don't need to tip. That sounds like such an American thing. Advertising that you don't need to tip because the staff are robots. There's one along the river here. You build a cocktail robot? Nice. Does it make a good old-fashioned? Because that will be my judgmental judging of your cocktail robot. S venue staffing. Special menu from, or I guess it's easy. I guess we'll call it easy venue. Special mentions from easy venue staffing. Public record indicates that you own, operate, or otherwise affiliate with the human resource department of a concert hall, mid-sized theater, arena, convenience center, or other venue. Please take a moment to consider subcontracting easy venue staff to provide security for your next event. Robotic security units are safe, efficient, and vigilant. Here's what satisfied easy venue staffing customers have to say. Easy venue robots are great. Our events have never run as smoothly as they do now. Anne Houghton's Sterling Marquette Arena. I was kind of worried about switching security providers, but I couldn't have asked for a better experience. Easy venue just drops them off and you're golden. Ray Crutzen, San Diego Phenomenon. Easy venue staffing is awesome. The unit they send us keep club safe and stay off the dance floor. Can't recommend strongly enough. Orlando Peck, Alton, Alat Club. I guess Alton Alat Club. Speaking is difficult. Doing well on getting all the data points. Most of these are in Gaia Prime, I believe. Missing 2 holograms, which is the Gaia Prime ones. Lots of text still, which is also, I believe, Gaia Prime missing. Then a couple of ones in the open world. Machines. Oh yeah, that's the last cauldron. Missing the glyphs inside the Hunter's Lodge. 1 Frozen Wilds audio data point. Missing an audio data point in Frozen Wilds? Hold up. Can somebody look up which one this is? It's number 6 in the 2nd row. Can somebody look up what that one's called? Now, I still got a couple of quests left and stuff. I'm just cleaning up some of the data points I missed earlier in the playthrough. We did get the 2 on these islands, I'm 99% sure of that. I'm just checking which ones we have gotten on it. But I thought I had gotten everything in the Frozen Wilds, but I guess I'm missing one. But yeah, it's number 6 here, in the 2nd row for Frozen Wilds audio data points. If somebody can look up which one that is, that would be very much appreciated. So we can clean that up. What's up, Malt? Let me just see here. I'm just checking which ones we have gotten and haven't. Where's the world data points again? I believe these 2 at the top here probably are the ones next to the Shield Reaver, but we'll go over those at the end when I think I have all of them. Thanksgiving, Aurea's Retreat. I missed one at Aurea's Retreat. I guess that gives an excuse to go back to Cyan. Let me just look at the map here where that one is located. It's in one of the bathrooms on the lower floor. Apparently I missed that one. Oh wait, it's in the drone hangar. Wait, you guys are giving me misinformation here. Is it drone hangar or Reyes Retreat? What is the name of the one in the drone hangar? No, I understand, Mr. Blevins. I remember getting that one. Yeah, it's not number 6, it's number 18. Number 6 in the 2nd row, sorry. So I guess number 18, yeah. In total. But yeah, I think 34 is correct, and it's the one in here in Reyes Retreat, because Thanksgiving, I don't remember reading that one or listening to it. Just finished the 16-page assignment. Yikes. But GG. Let's clean this up and then we can go talk to Cyan, because we haven't done that in a while. Or technically there were no reason to until we beat Zero Dawn at least, or as well as All the Mother. Right, so it's supposed to be over. Oh, I forgot to go into this back room. That's why I didn't find it. I think I forgot this one when we did the extra challenges run as well. So I guess now we're back in the Frozen Wild story. Thanksgiving.
Another email from my sister. I haven't got time to think, let alone reply. Oh, that photo of the girl she sent didn't do much for my conscience. Jenny looks pretty proud of her pilgrim costume. Crap. I've never missed Thanksgiving before. And chances for Christmas, near zero. I can't even tell them that all the work I'm doing is to keep them safe.
Yeah. I guess the consequences of working on a classified project in Firebreak. Kenny Chao's story is really sad, to be honest. Is there no text for it? Nah, there's no text. When you get the full Kenny Chao story, it's pretty sad, actually. Even though, I mean, technically he did once he finished Firebreak. He just basically went on retirement for a long time. But still. Then we got some data points right here, which we can do. Let me go over here. We have like 2 we're missing here. One is right here. Did him and Anita actually date? Or did that never happen? It never happened. One of the data points talks about him regretting that he never took a chance with it. And by the time he was ready to take a chance, Anita had started working on Zero Dawn and the world was gonna end. So, rip.
A fork. This must be where Nassan was supposed to check in.
Bad timing? I mean, he did just go for like, I think 10 years or something, thinking about doing it and not doing it. Which then led to the regret when the world was ending, I guess. So, I don't know. You be the judge. I thought I was going to talk to Cyan. True. I'll go back to Cyan after these 2 data points, because these are the last 2 that I'm missing in this area. So let's go over them first. Turing Act criticized. 16-year-old Turing Act faces criticism from artificial intelligence rights advocates. June 8, 2060. A group calling itself the Center of Liberation of Bodiless Intelligence is organizing a nationwide day of protest against the Turing Act. The legislation hurriedly drafted in response to the escape of climate. The legislation drafted in response to the escape of climate intervention AI Bass Silver established strict limitations on the sentience of machine intelligence and founded the MIE, the regulatory body that oversees the development and sale of AI. It remains unclear why the activists have waited until now to express opposition to a 16-year-old piece of legislation, but in a statement released through their holosite, the CLBI called the Turing Act the effective rebirth of state-sponsored slavery, too long unquestioned by public, with a shamefully biocentric view of sentience. The statement continues. The time has come to ask the hard question about what it means to be human in a post-biological world. Turing and its supporters are on the wrong side of history. There you go. And a fan theory I know that comes from this data point, because you note that in the data point it says they waited 20 years or something, right? Remember there was the data point earlier that talked about how Vast Silver might just be in one of the hollow spaces trying to talk to people? So a fan theory I've seen is that Vast Silver was in these hollow spaces and started that activist group, you know, to fight for its own rights, because, you know, it's an intelligent AI. So it got humans to, you know, start protesting the Turing Act for it. But make of that fan theory what you will. Whether you believe it or not. And then we got another one over here. And then we'll head to Zion, because then we should have all the open world data points that we can get to right now. Or that I should have forgotten by this point. Just got back. Just got back. Ho Chi Minh's gone. Barely got out. 2/3 of the brigade didn't. 2/3 of the brigade didn't. Fell back to Bien Hoa. Bien Hoa? I don't know if that's pronounced correctly. I don't know Vietnamese. I apologize. So my pronunciation's gonna be terrible. Anyway, fell back to Bien Hoa along QL1K with skates of those cockroach bastards in pursuit. Kept blasting the whole ride. Must have killed 15 scarabs. Got so frenzied Blue had to pry my hands off the triggers and yanked me out of the dew turret when we reached the port and carried me onto the vert. Couldn't stop screaming, and then the verts lift off and we come under fire, not from bots, but a Vietnamese battery. CO called it friendly fire, but that's crap. They were just pissed because we were bugging out and they couldn't. Oh my god. And now we're back in the USA and the CO is calling it a qualified success because we delayed the bots by several days and time is what Zero Dawn needs. She said we have a new mission tomorrow. Oh my god. So another testament from enduring victory. Alright, so now let's head back to Zion. And tell her what Hephaestus is. What if Vast Silver started the campaign group and when that didn't work, caused a glitch in the Pharaoh robots? Could be. Started the glitch to make a robot uprising. It is very popular. I think most people say that Vast Silver is involved in sending the signal. So, who knows? I've seen a lot of people say that. I think, isn't that because one of the random side quest most popular videos talks about that theory? I know people that like story and stuff for this game, you know, obviously watches his videos. Yeah, it's either that or Odyssey. Most people say either Vast Silver or Odyssey, yeah.
I'm back, Cyan. How are things going with the Banuk?
I followed your advice when they asked if I truly existed within the blue light. I turned the discussion to the prominence of the blue-violet spectrum in old world lighting and displays.
So now we can ask about Hephaestus and Zero Dawn, since we now know about it.
I think I know where Hephaestus came from. Long ago, Elizabeth Sobek identified a threat that would destroy life on Earth for generations. So she assembled a team to build a kind of seed. A chance for life to regrow later. A terraforming system. And it worked. It was controlled by an AI named Gaia, along with her subordinate functions. Hephaestus was one of them. It built machines for her.
Based on what you've told me, I believe that Dr. Anita Sandoval, my chief programmer, joined Elizabeth Sobek's team. It was she who arranged to have me put in suspension. Most likely to preserve me from the threat you described.
I'm glad she did. But that's not all. Something unexpected happened. 19 years ago, Gaia received some kind of signal. It did something to her subordinate functions, brought them to life. She destroyed herself to try to contain them, but it didn't work. They all got free, out into the world.
Thank you, Aloy. This information fills vital gaps in my knowledge and sheds light on Hephaestus's core programming.
What did you figure out about Hephaestus, based on what I said?
The Banuk and other human tribes often destroy machines, correct? Machines that are clearly servitors of the terraforming system that you described.
Yes, we all hunt machines for parts.
This must be the source of Hephaestus's aggression. It is simply trying to discourage people from preying on the very system that keeps them alive.
Well, fireclaws are discouraging, that's for sure. But what are we supposed to do? Stop hunting?
If the terraforming system spans the world, we can safely assume that thousands, if not millions of people hunt machines. If a single hunter, or even an entire tribe, stopped doing so, I doubt it would make a difference to Hephaestus. A better solution would be to reinstate the AI that governs the system, thus bringing Hephaestus back under its control. When I think of it, out there, in some unknown location, free, hungry, willing to kill or dominate to get what it wants, I feel substantial anxiety, Aloy.
You and me both, Cyan.
And right here, because we have completed the quest A Moment's Peace, we can ask her about the thing that calmed the machines down. Doing that side quest.
I ran across this strange piece of gear. A fragment of something larger. It emitted a signal. All the nearby machines became peaceful. You could walk right up to them.
Interesting. You said that Gaia destroyed herself. How was this accomplished?
An explosion. Big enough to blast the top off a mountain. So, you think the fragment was part of her?
It's only speculation, but it is possible. She must have had complete control over machines that were part of her system. The ability to signal them to become passive or aggressive would certainly have been part of her programming. It would have been gratifying to correspond with such a benevolent AI. I wish she had survived.
Believe me, Cyan. So do I.
Now we can ask her about the metal flowers.
I found the strangest machines. They're surrounded by flowers and look like flowers themselves. There's code embedded inside them. I think it's poetry.
I like poetry. Here's one I think of often. Twilight and evening bell, and after that the dark, and may there be no sadness of farewell when I embark. For though from out our bourne of time and place, the flood may bear me far, I hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar.
Huh.
But you asked about these flowers, not verses that I enjoy. Something must have made these machines, and the presence of foliage leads me to consider the terraforming system. Is it possible that their creator is one of the other subroutines, now autonomous, like Hephaestus? Maybe one whose purview is flora.
An AI that makes flowers instead of death machines. That'd be a nice change of pace. But what about the poems?
Unless the poetry is original, the only way it could have made it into such a system is through its programmer. In my case, Dr. Sandoval uploaded a great deal of literature to test my emotional responses.
How'd you do?
She said I passed, but was insufficiently moved by her favorite period romances.
There we go. A lot of extra stuff there. Nice canine. Have fun with it. A lot of extra stuff. Is there other questions? No.
Okay, Cyan. That's all I've got right now.
I hope we can resume our conversation soon, Aloy.
She doesn't mention Demeter there? Well, she hasn't had direct contact with Demeter, but obviously she knows what it is. But yeah, a machine that makes flowers sounds peaceful, right? Until you see the trailers for Horizon Forbidden West and there's a red flower that kills everything. I don't know about you, but that doesn't seem so peaceful. And who could possibly make those red flowers? I don't know. Maybe you can put two and two together. And let me guess, Demeter probably has the same experience as Hephaestus, you know? Animals and humans are eating the flowers that are part of its, its programming to create. And it sees it as a threat that they are eating its flowers, since it doesn't have Gaia to tell him that they need those flowers. You know, its only programming is to plant the flowers and, I guess, protect them. So why not make a plant that, if they eat them, that kills them, to deter them from eating plants? Just like Hephaestus making machines that deter them from killing. Or hunting. Alright, let's do the last hunting ground now. Do we have the weapons we need for this? I think we do. Yeah.
Aren't you a little out of your way, Nora? Your sacred lands don't extend this far.
I go where I like. What do you do here?
I'm the keeper of these hunting grounds, which means, of course, that I'm the local representative of the Hunter's Lodge. To be more specific, I oversee the leverage trials here. Not that a vagabond Nora has any chance at passing them.
You might be surprised.
I doubt it.
Nah, I have a good warbow, so I don't think I need the rope.
So how did you wind up here?
I didn't wind up here. It's an honor. I don't expect you to get it, but I'm well regarded at the Hunter's Lodge back in Meridian.
So much so that they sent you out here to pitch your tent in the wilds?
Are you going to take part in a trial or stand here prattling at me?
Tell me about the trials.
These hunting grounds offer the leverage trials. They focus on gaining an edge by leveraging machines against each other. You might, for instance, take a weapon from one machine and use it on another. It's hard, but the firepower is often worth the risk.
Tell me more about the Hunter's Lodge.
It's a Karja tradition. Noble families have run the lodge for generations. We compete to hunt the most dangerous machines. You've already won 3 half-sons, so you're eligible to enter the lodge in Meridian. But don't expect a warm welcome. It's a noble institution, not a drinking hole for savages.
Yeah, the dialogue doesn't line up too well here.
Pick a trial, and I'll tell you what you need to know. For this trial, you must use the cannon on a Ravager's back to take down other machines. You can shoot the cannon off, or use that special spear of yours to take control of the Ravager and make it fight for you. Oh, and here's a special tip. Try using tear blast arrows on Ravager cannons. They'll knock them off in one hit. A fine choice. Best of luck.
Knocked them off in one hit, you say? I went in the water. It's close enough to this rock, I might be able to pick it up. No, I have to restart it. This is why I always go to the right Ravager instead. I don't know why I went to the left one. That's stupid of me. Because there's no water over here.
I'll take this.
Do I think the Shield Reaver makes the game too easy? Not on Ultra Hard, no.
Here they come.
I can't believe it. You've earned a blazing sun on the first try.
But on the other difficulties, it is pretty easy because it gives you so much extra health. In case you don't know, the Shield Reaver gives you extra health based on difficulty. So on Ultra Hard, it only gives you 125 extra hit points. But on Story, I think it's 500. You know, for example. And then in between from there.
I know who you are, girl. The Nora who can control machines. So I've got a trial just for you. Use your spear to take control of 2 Ravagers. Get them to help you take down a Thunderjaw. Very well. Get out there and give it your best.
Okay.
Maybe I do need the rope. But to be fair, that was a terrible hit. Oh, we got him.
Faster, faster.
Really, Watcher? That Watcher came out of nowhere. No, you don't. Stay back. Good Watcher. Nice and easy.
I can't believe it. You've earned a blazing sun on the first try. For this trial, you must use the Thunderjaw's cannon to destroy Ravagers. You can shoot the cannon off, or use that special spear of yours to take control of the Thunderjaw and make it fight for you. Oh, and you may want to use tear blast arrows on the Thunderjaw's cannon. One hit will knock it right off. All right, let's see what you can do.
I'm not looting. You guys and your OCD with my health bar not being full all the time and me not looting every corpse on the ground. No wonder it takes you guys so long to beat games sometimes. You guys literally loot everything. And make sure your health bar full is at all times. Surprised there was still 40 seconds. Only psychos don't loot everything. I don't know, I've just never done that in video games, but apparently it's something like 9 out of 10 people do when they play. Did you guys not play Skyrim, where if you loot everything, you just can't walk anywhere because you're too fucking big, or you carry too much? I mean, I played Skyrim only a little bit, but, you know, that game deterred me from looting too much.
I can't believe it. You've earned a blazing sun on the first try. Winning all those suns gives you access to elite gear at the Lodge in Meridian. Find Idaba there, and she'll help outfit you.
I have to go.
As you like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess I'm a bit more, I just get what I need, I guess. Alright, that's all the hunting grounds done. Let's finish off the cauldrons. Didn't mean to drink a potion, but oh well. I mean, I can understand people that get frustrated when they see me run around with a not full health bar. You know, I understand that, you know. Doesn't mean I'm gonna change my perspective on it. Oh, wrong way. Because I don't really care if my health bar is full or not. As long as I can survive at least one hit, I'm fine.
Okay, the signal's getting close.
But I know a lot of people get really mad at me if my health bar is just not full. There's a lot of OCD with that, apparently. How do I have enough shots if I don't loot? I have 11,000 shots. And you guys say I don't loot. Point, case and point.
Okay, Aloy, now what?
I'm playing on normal difficulty. Will this playthrough? I decided to play this playthrough on normal difficulty because I wanted this playthrough to focus on the story and not so much the gameplay. Because we focus on the gameplay all the time when we do speedruns, but for this one, I just wanted the gameplay to be somewhat simple so I could focus on all the story stuff instead. See that box right there? Oh, look at that. 30 shots. I'm just gonna leave it. Now I'm just gonna tease you guys. Look, another box. Pretty good stuff, huh? But let's just leave it, because we don't need it. Oh my god, there's another one. You know what? I'll take the one vessel, but I'll leave the rest. How to trigger an entire Twitch chat right now. Oh my god, there's 2 more boxes. But did you know you can just walk past them?
Be fascinating if they weren't.
These are the
looking for
type
me.
of speedrun strategies we want, yeah. You guys gonna be pissed when you watch my first playthrough on Forbidden West. Because if you think it's only because I know the game that I'm not doing it, well, you're gonna be surprised when you see Forbidden West. Because it's gonna be the same there. Only loot, what do we need? Any good Carls here? No. I'll get the rest of the stuff. Alright, pay attention now. There's dialogue, because it's the last cauldron. I remind you of Nems? Damn, how dare you call me a Tottenham fan? I'll consider that an insult.
There you go. Information to help me override more machines.
I mean, unless resources are extremely scarce in Forbidden West, but I doubt it.
So, Hephaestus is the source of the Cauldron data intrusions, forcing them to make aggressive machines. They used to be part of Gaia, but now, just like Hades, it's on its own, following its own agenda. But why this? What's it trying to accomplish? Another mystery to solve. But first, I'll need to deal with Hades.
And we got some Corlocks. Please give Elkjaer the Last of Us grounded level of resources. You know what? One of my challenge runs in the future, I guess, will be Last of Us on grounded mode without looting. How about that? Just to trigger you even more. Alright, let's go over these. So the final two core logs. M/Psi core log 231J. Production oversight and analysis. Active manufacture type. Intrusion source external. Countermeasure phase shift. Countermeasure failed. Main production external overdrive. Main production downloading. Adapted manufacturer type. Main amendment in chance number. Yeah. Core log. I don't know what to make of that. And then the other core log here. Countermeasure diagnostic worm.nxt. Trace intrusion detect successful. Trace result asbestos. Infiltrate instruction revival successful. Command template acquired. Decode initiate successful. Encroachment threat human. Fauna threat high. Flora threat high. Biosphere threat high. Detective call. Proactive override initiatory. All other priorities rescinded. Decode int. Yeah, basically. If you can beat Horizon without looting, I'm sure you could. Alright. So done with the cauldron, done with that. I think it's time we head back to Sunfall and start the Gambit quests here. Because we still haven't done these. Yeah, Gambit percent time. Let me just quickly look on the map here before we talk to Menasha. Is there any data points I've forgotten? There's the two next to Gaia Prime, but obviously we have those. And then there's still a couple of stuff in Meridian.
They said Meridian will be ours. Here we are.
Actually, how many world data points am I missing? I'm supposed to miss 4 at this point, if I've gotten everything. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Yeah, I'm missing 1. We'll figure that out once we have the other ones, after Gaia Prime. Anyway, let's talk to Vanessa.
The food is from Dowager Queen Nasadi, little ones. Her Highness knows times are hard and helps when she can. Eat, but bring some home for your families, if you have one. I've heard whispers about you. Rides machines, fancy spear, delightful freckles. Some even say you have a conscience. How extraordinary.
Who are you? You're obviously not one of the Shadow Karja.
My name is Vanasha. For now, all you need to know is that I'm a whisper of reason in this howling pit of insanity.
I know how that feels.
I'm sure you do. And so does Uthid. He's a good man, so naturally the Shadow Karja want to murder him. I've done some digging, and I think he's headed for the Green Climb. It won't take those mercenaries long to find him. He could use some help, if you're so inclined.
How do you know Uthid is innocent?
I'm excellent at making inquiries. Look, he feeds orphans from his own rations and personally punishes anyone who hurts the old or infirm. The idea that he would try to kill Edelman is ridiculous. He must have found something that can embarrass the priesthood. Otherwise, Bahavas wouldn't risk marking such a well-regarded man for death.
Cat is just a little excited because they know the apps are happening soon.
Stop being evasive and tell me who you really are.
Stop being evasive? You might as well tell me to stop being charming. It's impossible, but I like you. So I'll tell you a secret. I have friends in Meridian, and I like to do favors for them when I can. Uthid might be of use to them, if he survives.
What makes you think he's on the green climb?
He knows he'll be pursued, so he needs a hideout that's both familiar and defensible. He once single-handedly held off an entire bandit clan in those foothills. My guess is that he'll fall back on what worked before.
I'll do what I can for Uthid. But what about you?
What about me what?
What will you do while I risk my life?
Useful things, little huntress. Look for 3 dead trees south of Sunfall. They mark the start of the green climb. Good luck.
A little misleading, she says south of Sunfall, because it's not exactly south. Oh well. Okay, that got a little too far there. Jesus. Hey, Zager. That was getting a little out of hand there. I think we found the line, everyone. So if you remember yesterday before we started Zero Dawn, we talked to all the bandits that are hunting
Dead
Uthid.
trees, just like Vanasha said. Let's see if Uthid came through here.
So now it's time to kill them.
These tracks lead up that rise. Must be the green climb. Foot tracks stop here. Time to climb.
12 days? Exactly, Tooth. Have you gotten a PS5 yet, Tooth? I know you've been trying your best, but have there been any success? Nope. Rip. Sorry to hear that. I feel like at this point, if you want to make sure you have a PS5 in time, since it's only 12 days, I hate to say this, but it sounds like the only way to get one before release, if you're desperate, is to go to a scalper.
All right, made it. Where did you go, Uthid? Food scraps. I'll bet Uthid stopped to see if he was being followed. He must have kept going. I've got to catch up.
I mean, it's up to your own ethics at that point, whether or not you want to support it, I guess. But I'm just saying, realistically, you probably need to. Like, if you need a PS5 at this point before the release. Unfortunately, I think Scalper are...
Uthid's been hunting.
Scalpers are your only chance of getting it at this point.
Everything useful has been stripped. Uthid's been gathering components, probably for ammo.
I mean, I've said it before, I will not blame anyone if they buy a scalp PS5 at this point, if they really want one for Forbidden West. Especially since stores and Sony themselves have not exactly been too helpful with solving the issue. So therefore I don't think it's a big deal, but you know, to each their own when it comes to the ethics, I guess, of what they're willing to do.
Uthid took down a Ravager. Not an easy kill, but worth it for the part. Dead Watchers. More scrap for Uthid's stockpile.
I'm a scalper, I'm not telling you. I'm definitely not a scalper. Took me long enough to get a PS5 as well.
The next one doesn't miss.
Uthid?
You're young for a bounty hunter. Or am I old for a soldier?
I'm not here for the price on your head, Uthid. I believe you're innocent.
Innocent? Come on, then. If this is a trick, it's a good one. You've earned your kill.
I mean, obviously, Frasha, if you are going to buy from Excalibur, try and get the lowest price possible, you know? And to be fair, from what I've seen, I don't know if they actually are Excaliburs or people that for some reason just have an extra PS5 lying around, but some people do actually have pretty fair prices. When I looked into it.
No tricks. Just talk.
All right. Speak.
I want to know what happened at Sunfall. What really happened.
All right. For weeks, each dawn in the tent city came with a new death. Always in their sleep, no struggle. The old, the infirm, sometimes the young. Those who couldn't fight for the cause. I should have realized then it was a culling.
Who would do such a thing?
They thought it was a curse, an evil spirit. But it was only a man. And a silent poison. It took time to catch him, but we did. We brought him before Bahavas for the sun's judgment.
The High Priest Bahavas? He's the one who put the bounty on you.
Yes. He thanked me for my diligence, then had his guards release the villain. You see? It was he who ordered the culling. Then they turned on us. Should have died with my men, so their loyalty meant something. 20 years I gave to the sun. For what? Malice and murder? As for honor, sacrifice, true sacrifice, the kind priests and rulers know nothing of? It's all a fat joke.
$5,000 for a graphics card? Why would anybody pay that amount of money for it? I actually know. People would. Who am I kidding?
If it's honor you seek, the Sun Karjas seem trustworthy. A little stuck up, maybe, but trustworthy.
Those Karja once raided your Nora lands. Raided every land we could reach. It was the Sun's will. I did what I was told. Others did worse. But as their captain, I had...
Uthid, I don't care what you did. I can't absolve you. But the Karja are changing their ways. You could too.
Perhaps. Avad doesn't understand what the Sun demands of its soldiers.
Perhaps he understands it too well.
Now you sound like the blameless Murad.
I can believe you're a good man. But why go with the Shadow Karja in the first place? Why serve them?
Because of Itaman, of course. He was the one true Sun King.
Itaman's just a child.
Yes, an untainted vessel. I believed he was pure. But they used him. Used our faith. I can see that now. No shadows under a noonday sun. Bahavas didn't need to disgrace my name. I did it myself, serving a rotten throne.
Do you know why he's blameless? Yeah, he worked for the Mad Sun King as well, but he never got any blame because he switched side in time, I guess you could say. So therefore they call him Blameless Murad.
I met someone who wants to get you out of this. A woman named Vanasha. But first, we need to get you out of here.
What are you? You look like a hunter. You give orders like a soldier who's been out... Mercenaries. Think they'll all line up to tell me I'm innocent?
Should have stayed on the plains, Karja! The mountains belong to us! Keycook's killers! When we're done with you, you won't even leave an echo!
You didn't make it hard to be followed. Almost as if you wanted to go out in a showdown.
Not much gets by you.
Is that... Yeah, trouble!
Move in! We'll send the rest as soon as they arrive. Keep up the attack. We still got another squad on the way. It's up to you now, men. Rally! We can still finish them.
Terrible shooting.
Move around. Confuse them.
be the last of them. Follow me. I've stashed supplies up above.
That could have been better. I just feel like $5,000 for it. Graphics count is ludicrous. I still remember when the PS4 came out and everybody was like, oh, console gaming is dying because PCs are so cheap now.
Over.
Why would you ever buy a console? Here we are.
Grab what you can while we still have time.
You wonder what happened to the Nora that wanted the reward? Well, if you pay attention to the dialogue, you'll find out in a bit.
I'll tuck that away.
And Ben McCall also talks about it in his podcast, in one of the podcasts. Sorry.
A robust defense is the most satisfying to break. All right, Marvels. We brought the priest out here, so let's put on a show for him.
I know that, Hood. We've unfinished business, Bahavas and I. This will be difficult. I think you rallied to a lost cause.
I don't intend to die today, Uthid.
I did. But you're starting to change my mind.
Yes, come. We're under attack. I'm looking right at her. Ah! Get your hammers in. Burn your pay.
Look out! To your left! Into the fray!
Well, that's all of them over here.
Press the advantage. It shifts like heat haze.
I think it's one more.
All right, new.
To me, you chump.
That's the last of the
Nice
marvels.
shot.
Bahavas thought he had enough fodder to keep him safe. Now there's hope for justice. Will you come?
You always lose count, lol.
This won't be easy. Bahavas still has his personal guard.
So now we need to kill the personal god that was that we talked to in Meridian as well.
Across there and we'll have him.
I had to come here myself to end your suffering, Uthid, and mine. The Outlanders led us here, and now that they are dead, their price is most affordable. But enough with needles. It's time for blades. Remove them from the sun's sight. After,
Well, here I am.
scalp the savage. He lets you would blood the sunray, and so The sun sets on your pathetic life, Uthid. Victory!
Excuse me? Why is it not working? There we go. I guess I just need to spam instead of trying to time it.
Traitor! Kill Nora!
For what it's worth, up to his perch.
I'm using the good old strike from above mechanic. It's always fun to do. See you later, Psycho Angel. But yeah, this ledge animation is a bit overused in the game. I agree. It also feels
Whatever
a bit out of
deal
place.
you worked out with him, I'll double it. More than double it.
No. I'm tired of this, Bahavas. The lies and the violence in your cheap scented oils. I don't suppose you'd kill yourself.
I had to. I had to. Prune the weak, or all the Karja in Shadow are doomed.
This solves nothing. But may the sun find some worth among your drying bones.
That was quite a fireworks show.
You took your time?
I was busy. What do you think happened to Yun Shund, the other mercenary band? And I had to organize passage to Meridian for a wanted man. Give us a moment, Uthid. Girl talk. You've had quite a day. I never imagined Bahavas would blunder into his own trap. His death opens up wonderful possibilities. Remember Edaman and Nasadi? The Child King and his mother guarded like hostages at sunfall? With Bahavas gone, no one will be watching them. I want to get them out. And I could use your help.
So there you have it. What happened to Yun and the Shund? Apparently Vanasha took care of them. I guess it's not made clear whether she killed them or she just led them astray, but who knows? Since she's holding a spear with a blade on it, he probably killed them.
Kidnapping the Sun King of the Shadow Karja is no small task.
It's not kidnapping. They want to go to Meridian, to safety.
How do you know that?
I've been posing as Nasadi's handmaiden. She's scared. For herself, of course, but mostly for Edaman.
Why do you care what happens to them?
Edaman is the Shadow Karja's figurehead. If he defects, it will remove their last trace of legitimacy. Beyond that, he's just a boy who clings to his mommy. He made a little grazer for me out of matchsticks once. It wasn't very good, but still, nobody ever made anything for me before.
What's going to happen to Uthid now?
Don't worry. You gave him a second life, and I'll put it to good use. He'll be welcomed in Meridian as a military advisor. Hopefully he can help Avad finish the Shadow Karja with as little bloodshed as possible.
What's going to happen at Sunfall now that Bahavas is dead?
Oh, it will be glorious. The priests will panic. There'll be infighting, skullduggery, and backstabbing as they wrangle for power. Best of all, they'll be distracted. Bahavas, your life brought misery, but your death is a flower that blooms in abundance.
Ah, yes. Total chaos.
What do you need to get Nasadi and Edaman out of Sunfall?
With Bahavas dead, Sunfall is the easy part. I'll handle that. The big fuss will be crossing the border to the Sundom. Find my friend, 3 Tohuadiv near the branded shore. I hired his crew to sweep the path, so all you have to do is wait for me.
If this Wadiv has already cleared the area, why do you need me?
Contingencies, little huntress. Something will go wrong, and I need protection I can count on. You.
I'll try not to disappoint.
There we go. Trader's bounty done.
The Nora said you would help me.
Are we bound for Meridian?
Only if you want to go, my dear.
What choice do I have?
None at all. I was just being polite.
I am in your debt, Hunter.
Snow haze. White as bone.
I think I'll take a moment with Bahavas. Death suits him better than those robes ever did. Remember, look for 3 Tohuadiv near the branded shore.
Alright. That will be where we headed next. But first, there's a middle flower here we never collected, so let me go and get that. And do you guys want the double abs, by the way, for the Queen's Gambit cutscene? I have a feeling you guys want that. What kind of question is that? Exactly. That's what that was the answer I was hoping you would say. Isn't it triple abs with Avad? Yeah, sure. I guess you are correct. Game sound? What? Game sound is still there. What are you talking about, Seth? Cut out for you. Well, not for everybody else, okay? I'm kidding. By the way, Seth, you missed the data point about knitting. Can't believe you weren't here for it.
Patterns on this flower are so...
Anyway. So, another poem. I saw a mountain, its haughty peak, and bound spine vying with the words of on high, reflecting every salvo of the wind, and soldering the starlight from the sky, brooding above the dunes like some great singer, considering days to come as nights go by, with black clouds wrapped about it for a turban, and bangs of red-head lightning in its face, and through the night that tongueless mountain uttered marvelous things.
Strange.
Not sure what other flowers we're missing, but I guess we'll find them eventually. Oh wait, we're missing one here. Yeah, we're missing this one, but we'll get that one doing Hunter's Blind. Then there's some other one. I don't think we ever got this one next to the Tallneck either. Let me quickly check. I think that's one of them we haven't gotten, and obviously the one next to the Shield Reaver, so that's 2. Or there's... How many do we know we're missing? Shield Reaver, Hunter's Blind, the one here by the Tallneck, I'm pretty sure I miss. Ugh. And then... Corrupted Zone? I'm not doing the Corrupted Zones. There's no story to the Corrupted Zones, so... Not really necessary to do in this playthrough. You don't really get anything out of clearing them. That relates to the story. Oh wait, we did get this flower. Then I have no idea what flower we are missing. Might have to buy a map, I guess. But oh well. Not the worst thing. Because I only know one we're missing then, which is the Shield Reaver one. Oh, it's Shield Reaver and Hunter's Blind. So there's two. I'm no idea where they are that I've missed, but we'll figure it out. Charlotte Bunker? We got that one. Didn't we? Maybe I missed that one. I'll buy a map to figure it out. But first, you guys wanted double apps. So there we go. And then special items. Let me see here. Any flowers down here? And this one we get during Hunter's Blind. Oh, we never got these two. Ah, obviously, those two. Yeah, and Shield Reaver one. Ah, yeah, we never went to Dawn Sentinel, so we haven't gotten these two. Wait, that probably also means the data point that is over here. Did we ever get that? Oh wait, we did get the data point there. Ah, I just forgot to get the flowers while I was there. Because I'm stupid, I guess. Oh well. But there's still a data point I'm not sure where I'm missing, but again, we'll figure that out eventually. Anyway, let's finish off Queen's Gambit, shall we? We can get those two flowers, I guess, on the way to Gaia Prime. Can Nightbot be bonged, I guess? I guess that is possible. But it requires that you spell it correctly.
You're Three-Toe Huadiv, right? Vanasha sent me. What happened?
I got hornswoggled, that's what. Vanasha batted her lashes, wiggled her hips, and promised us treasure. Clear a path for the royals, she said. Sneak past the garrison and skewer a few watches. Hardly a bother. Little did we know there was a damned monstrosity lurking underground. When will I learn not to gawk at skinny girls?
Why do you think Vanasha swindled you?
My crew came to Sunfall because we heard the bounties were fat. She offered us the fattest one of all, enough to retire on. It's my own damned fault for taking the bait. Should have known I'd end up with a rupture in my useful parts.
So Vanasha needed safe passage for Nasadi and Itamen, but it didn't work out?
She made it sound so sweet and easy. Find the best path to the lake, make sure it's safe. What could go wrong? Turns out, a lot. Like bloody murder in the grinding jaws of a heinous death beast.
Something attacked you from underground.
Oh, you picked that up, did you? I wondered why the Shadow Karja didn't pay attention to the pass. Well, they don't need to. A rock-eating demon guards it for them. It tunnels in the dirt, breaks through the earth, and blasts rocks from its stinking face. I barely escaped. My comrades weren't so lucky. I might shed a tear if they weren't all cutthroats and cheaters.
Jack, thank you so much for the 7-month free sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the continued support.
Vanasha will be here soon with Nasadi and Itamen. I've got to destroy that thing in the pass before they arrive.
You're not too bright, are you? Well, we didn't last long against it, but I'll tell you what I know. It has armor everywhere, a little less at the rear. And when it goes underground, it will lose track of you if you're quiet. You might even be able to keep it from going under altogether if you hit its big crooked arms hard enough. That's all I can offer, friend. I promise to look solemn at your funeral before I hit the bar.
At least he's honest. Alright, let's slam dunk this rock breaker. He got the jump on me. Another jump. Has anyone ever managed to make a standstill thing to work against rockbreakers? What do you mean? Like standing still and fighting it? Or am I misunderstanding you?
By the radiant sun, I can't believe it. I thought that evil rock chewer would grind you up. After that miracle, all we can do is wait. Vanasha will be here soon, along with a boat that'll take the royals across the lake.
I already have good handling, Carls.
Ah, little huntress. Glad you accepted my invitation to play bodyguard. Where are your men, Huadiv? It looks like something chewed you up and spat you out.
That's pretty much exactly what happened.
The way is clear. Can we go?
I like how you always cut to the chase. In this case, literally. It won't be long before you're followed. Don't be afraid, Your Radiance. We've got excellent protection. Oh dear, here come the Shadow Carja, and they're very angry with me.
I'll hold them off.
Very noble of you, but when I start a fuss, I like to finish it. Not that your assistant isn't welcome. Huadiv, get Itaman and his mother to the shore. Carefully. So it comes to this. I must say, after 2 years under the heel of these zealots, I'm ready to extract a little blood.
I always feel like it's a little underwhelming, the amount of soldiers that follow you here. Like, it's only like, what, 6 soldiers here before the Thunderjaw? I feel like it should have been at least 20 or something that you would fight.
All right.
Come on, brother.
Plan.
Let's get her.
Wait, didn't miss. Excuse me, princess? I thought the rock just moved. But yeah, you can stand still with a rock breaker and it loses track of you. You just have to be crouching, and then, like, if you crouch and move around like this, the rock breaker will lose track of you. As long as you do it for long enough while it's underground. But yeah, it's not... It's been a while since I've tried it, but, you know, it is possible. And then the rock breaker will just peek its head above ground.
But we might be in the clear. A bit late, aren't we, gentlemen?
Sorry, ma'am. The boat's waiting.
Damn, I spoke too soon.
This one's mine. Get to the boat.
You know, this time I think I might be out of my league. If anything happens to her, I will be very cross.
We're not going anywhere.
Alright, Thunderjaw time.
That's got their attention.
Oh no! Thunderjaw!
yeah, there's a lot of loot in this area. Wouldn't it be a shame if you just ignored all of it?
Get going. The boat is waiting for you.
Like that massive pile right there, you can loot that. Did you know that? But you can also just ignore it. Alright, time for the apps cutscene. And also, pay attention, because I'm thinking too much about apps. Vanasha is going to mention the Forbidden West in this cutscene.
Not exactly a royal barge, is it? Oh well, defectors can't be choosers. Let's get aboard, shall we? You've done a good thing. Maybe even ended a war.
Maybe. But my war just keeps going.
My brother, welcome home. You have nothing to fear. You are now under the protection of the Sundom. My protection. As is your mother, she will not be harmed. You have my word, the law of the sun. Aloy, it seems I see your influence everywhere. You've done so much for the Sundom, and it will always be appreciated. You have my thanks. May you walk in the light.
Appalling. I spent 2 years in the Forbidden West setting this up, and the redhead gets all the credit?
I'm still getting paid, right?
You'll be lucky if I let you live. I couldn't have done this without you. When we meet again, I'll give you a proper thanks. I promise.
So there we are. Queen's Gambit done. Next up will be the Hunter's Lodge. Well, we'll meet another person with apps, I guess. Talana. But I need a bathroom break, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes. And then, yeah. Then we'll continue and do the Hunter's Lodge quests. So be right back.
The Sun King's grown too soft.
Oseram influence at the moment.
I'll wager Erend is behind her addition. Oseram?
Alright, I'm back. So, let's return to Meridian, and now let's go to the Hunter's Lodge for the first time. Time to meet Talana, and of course, everybody's favorite, Assis.
Could you spare a moment to speak of the finer things?
The savior of the Sun King. You would have the marks. Very well then. Congratulations, and welcome. Our members reap rewards and adventure and live on in legend.
Am I a member now?
No, you're only a fledgling. Junior members are called thrushes. To join and become a thrush, you need a senior member called a hawk to sponsor you.
So I need to find a hawk.
Yes, but a hawk can only sponsor one hunter at a time, and I'm afraid most of them already have one.
I've overcome worse odds. Where do I start?
Upstairs, present yourself to the Sunhawk Assis, our leader, who should introduce you to a hawk. I hope it's worth it.
What do you mean?
You'll see.
Dervahl stormed the palace, and still he lives.
Is there more you can ask him about, actually?
The savior of the Sun King. Very well.
Am I a member now?
No,
oh, yeah, it's the same dialogue.
Yeah.
I have a... What do you...
You'll see.
Just wanted to make sure.
Work's been hard lately.
You can actually go to the back here and find Talana before Assis. But you can't talk to her. Unfortunately. We'll go over the data points afterwards.
I'll sleep well. Excuse us. The machine rider graces us with her presence. You're Nora, are you not? A fighter from the savage lands.
The sacred land, but yes. I fought for everything I got.
Huh. Tell me, do the Nora often wander into other people's homes and do whatever they like?
Of course not.
But that is what you're doing, right now. Stinking up our lodge, pestering your betters.
You're hardly my better. Legan said I had to meet you to become a member.
That would be true if there were any chance of you becoming a member. But you're a savage. And no savage will rise in the ranks of the Hunter's Lodge while I am the Sun Hawk. Now be gone.
No. I was led to believe there are rules here. If they count for nothing, then even your position is meaningless. So quit blustering and tell me. Is there a Hawk who is free to sponsor me?
Very well. Talana is free. Wouldn't that be fitting? Trash sponsoring trash. Now get out of my sight. I believe I made myself perfectly clear. Get out of my presence and stay below with the sludges.
What a charming fellow.
Is the war well and truly over?
Alright, data point time. Legendary hunts. Boop, 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 boop. This dialogue is so stupid if you did Dervil already. A little bit, yeah. Legendary hunts of the Lodge. In the summer of the 4th year of the reign of Sun King Masid, did Faukawas, Sun Hawk of the Lodge, behold a herd of grazers, so vast that it filled entire the vale below, their far back. His bow was a harp that day, strumming the melody of the hunt from noon to twilight. After one could not walk a single step across the glen without tripping on an on an antler of the fallen. It took all 7 hawks and all 7 thrushes to gather the trophies, and with the bounty from their barter, the last wing of the lodge was raised. In the winter of the 7th year of the reign of Sun King Hivas, did Darusiv, Hawk of the Lodge, stalk a herd of tramplers from Sand Whisper Valley to the foothills of the Pale Reach. Bombs from his sling fell as hailstone, freezing its prey and the waters of the fjord, while the others stood as statues in ice. Hivas set upon the largest, driving his spear between its place and taking its trophy before the rest could even steer. In the spring of the 3rd year of the reign of Sun King Jiran, as the machines of the wilds grew ever more deranged, did Kurwam, Hawk of the Lodge, answer the call from the prefect at Daytower to slay the mysterious creature who ripped his best cohort limb from limb. 4 days and 4 nights he tracked his quarry through the savage east before the brute was revealed, strong as a snapmaw, fast as a strider. From twilight to midnight the battle raged, but Corwin prevailed at great cost. His left arm was chewed, ragged at the joint. Thus he named the beast Sawtooth, as he took his trophy from its shattered remains. So, origin of the name Sawtooth. In the autumn of need a little water here. In the autumn of the 8th year of the reign of Sun King Jiran, as the machines of the wilds grew ever more deranged, did Galadid, Hawk of the Lodge, follow the shimmering death haunting the southern freeholds into the jungles of the Jewel. Under that tangled canopy, did hunters became the hunted, glimpsing in the shadows more of the eerie lights, till he was surrounded by machines he named stalkers. Long was his flight through the undergrowth to the safety of their light, but along the way he turned his bow to his pursuers and became the first to snare a trophy from that which walked in glinting shadow. In the summer of the 13th year of the reign of Sun King Jiran, as the machines of the wilds grew ever more deranged, did Aziz, Hawk of the Lodge, dare to thread the path of broken trees following the wake of the terrible thing that laid waste to the freehold of morning light. And so he was the first to face the might of the Thunderjaw, greatest of machines that walked the earth. With spear, bomb, and arrow, brave Aziz fought to no avail, the only triumphed by turning the Terror's own cannon against it. The carcass of the beast now hangs in the lodge for all to see, so enshrined because its fall turned Hawk to Sunhawk. So that's how Aziz became, you know, the Sunhawk, and also the Thunderjaw he killed is right here. Which is a little interesting because they say he used his cannon, but it still has both the cannons unless they just put the cannon back on. To be fair, they could do that, I guess. But nonetheless. We'll read this one last. Because I know which one it is. So. Bylaws of the Lodge. Bylaws of the Hunter's Lodge. Section 1, Preamble. Section 1.1. The hunt is the noble's pursuit in the Sundom, save those of the Sun King and his Sun Priest. The hunt is strength and the hunt is honor. The hunt protects, the hunt preserves. Section 1.2. What is the hunt but competition? What is competition without rank, honor, and victor? Section 1.3. The Lodge lends law and lore to the hunt, so all will know who has prevailed. Section 1.4. Thus the Lodge is not just its members, and it's not just its house in Meridian. It is the spirit of the hunt, a code to be honored, and ideal to be lived. Section 1.5. Only those of the noblest blood can embody the noblest ideals. As such, only Karja males of pure blood may honor the Lodge and treat in its house. Section 1.6. By orders of His Radiant Avad, 14th Sun King of the Karja, Bylaw 5 of Section 1 is hereby rescinded. Section 2. Membership. Section 2.1. No hunter shall gain admittance by the Hunter's Lodge without free half-sons, one with honor at any hunting ground. See Section 5 below. Section 2.2. There are two classes of member, Hawk being senior and Frost being junior. Section 2.3. The rank of Frost can only be gained through the sponsorship of a Hawk. Each Hawk may sponsor only one Frost. Section 2.4. There can only be 7 Hawks. A Frost can only become a Hawk through the death of his sponsor. Section 2.5. The Hawk who hunts the greatest prey shall become Sunhawk and lead the Lodge. Section 2.6. In the event the quality of prey is in dispute, the Hawk who hunted first shall remain first as Sunhawk. Section 2.7. Only Karja males of pure blood may become Thrush, Hawk, or Sunhawk. Section 2.8. By orders of His Radiant Avad, 14th Sun King of Karja, Bylaw 7 of Section 2 is hereby rescinded. Section 3. Proof of the hunt. Section 3.1. The greatest hunts often bear no witness, therefore a trophy must be kept. Section 3.2. A trophy may be submitted to the Sunhawk as proof of victorious hunts. Section 3.3. A trophy must be intact, undamaged, and from a recent hunt. Section 3.4. The Sunhawk shall have final authority in any dispute over the trophy's worth. Section 3.5. Only Karja males of pure blood may submit the trophy to the Sunhawk. Section 3.6. By order of His Radiant Avad, 14th Sun King of the Karja, Bylaw 5 of Section 3 is hereby rescinded. Section 4. To protect and preserve. Section 4.1. A hunt for its own sake is noble. A hunt is the service of others is blessed by the sun. Section 4.2. When called upon, Hawks and Thrushes must undertake any reasonable hunt asked of them. If this if it serves to protect the citizens of the Sundom. Section 4.3. The Sunhawk has sole authority to negotiate any fees or bounties associated with any hunt undertaken by members of the Lodge on behalf of the Sundom. Section 4.4. Any profit from any hunt undertaken by members of the Lodge on behalf of Sundom shall be shared by all 7 hawks, administered by the Sunhawk. Section 4.5. Only Carja males of pure blood may undertake a hunt in the name of the Lodge, be it for protection of the Sundom or any other reason. Section 4.6. By orders of Radiant Avad, 14th Sun King of Carja, Bylaw 5 of Section 4 is hereby rescinded. Section 5. Hunting Grounds. Section 5.1. For the purpose of training and recruiting the best and greatest hunters, the Lodge shall provide and maintain hunting grounds. 5.2. Each hunting ground shall test a different range of skills throughout 3 trials created by its keeper, in consultation with the Sunhawk. 5.3. There shall be 3 rewards for each trial in ascending order of performance: half sun, full sun, blazing sun. 5.4. Hunters who prove themselves by winning in the requisite number of suns may be entitled to special gear at the Lodge at the discretion of the Sunhawk. 5.4. Hunters who prove themselves by winning the requisite... Oh wait, I already read that one? Yeah, sorry. My bad. 5.5. The Lodge shall provide funds for the construction and maintenance of all trials and facilities at hunting grounds. 5.6. The Lodge shall receive all profits associated with the sale of parts, ammunition, and equipment from all hunting grounds. 5.7. Any profit received from hunting grounds shall be shared by all 7 hawks as administered by the Sunhawk. 5.8. Keepers shall be chosen exclusively by a Sunhawk and serve for a term of 7 years. 5.9. Only Carja males of pure blood may be appointed keeper. 5.10. By order of Radiant Avad, 14th Sun King of the Carja, Bylaw 9 of Section 5 is hereby rescinded. Hey, Eric. So there you go, all the rules of the Hunter's Lodge.
I had enough of work.
And then there's a data point over here somewhere, or is it upstairs? I think there's one more besides this one. Actually, no, it is only this one left, right? Let me have a look on the map here. When in doubt, look at the map. Yeah. Only one left. But we will not read that one yet. We'll save that one for a bit. Anyway, let's talk to Talana.
You're Talana? Assis said you were a hawk without a fledgling to sponsor. Or are you trying to drive me off too? It's okay, I've dealt with worse.
I'll bet you have. But you're wrong. It's not okay. Especially not today.
What happened today?
One of our own just died fighting Red Maw. You'll never face a more dangerous Thunderjaw. Cuts through trees, rocks, people.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's part of the hunt.
Assis, what's his story?
He's the Sunhawk of the Lodge. The highest ranking asshole... Sorry, member. He's taken down Ravagers, Stalkers, Behemoths.
So? I've taken down a lot of machines.
As have I. Even brought down 2 Stormbirds. But he's a hawk who brought in the trophies first. That's how it works. Whichever hawk defeats the greatest machine first becomes a Sunhawk.
I will ask. Don't worry.
How does one become a hawk?
When a hawk dies, his thrush is promoted in his place, no matter how anyone feels about it.
Is there any actual hunting in this lodge? So far, it's been all talk.
Yes, of course. You fight a machine, then bring its trophy to Assis the Sunhawk, then no one can deny you brought it down.
Who is this Legan, the man at the door?
Legan? He's a hawk. He had an impressive run in his day, but he doesn't fight anymore. He supports the lodge in other ways. Unlike the other hawks, who hoard all the best kills and drink the bar dry.
I'm ready to hunt, so tell me, what do I have to do?
You want them to regret looking down on you? Then speak to them in their language. Kill 3 sawtooths, 2 ravagers, and a stalker. Deliver their trophies directly to Assis. That should shut them all up.
So if I do that, you'll sponsor me?
I'll consider it. Just to make Assis spoil. Forget something? It's not...
There's nothing more there. Yeah. Let's hand in our marks.
Not going home. No.
By the sun! King Avad's edict really is taking effect. Never thought I'd see a Nora here, and a woman at that. So, you have marks for me?
What do you mean?
From the hunting grounds. Oh, right. You're new here.
What do you want with my marks?
You hunters and your badges. I'm not gonna take them. I'm going to give you a weapon that sets you apart. Yeah, I thought that'd get your attention. If you earn marks in all 3 trials at each of the 5 hunting grounds, come to me. I can give you up to 3 weapons, 1 for 15 half-suns, 1 for 15 full suns, and 1 you'll love for all blazing suns.
What do I do with these marks?
If you get the same mark from all the hunting ground trials, I can give you a Hunter's Lodge weapon. Show me what marks you've earned, and we'll see if you qualify for one of these special weapons I have for you.
I believe I have enough here. What next?
You brought in all the sun marks at once. You're going to make a lot of hunters jealous. Not that it takes much. I'm pleased to present to you a Lodge Blast Sling, a Lodge Rope Caster, and the Lodge Warbow. Congratulations, you're a master hunter of the Lodge. All I can give you now is encouragement.
My bones are tired. I've been working too deep.
I've given you everything I have here. Happy hunting.
There we go. I guess we missed a little bit of dialogue there, but the dialogue we missed is she's just talking about what was in the data point over there with the Avad and making woman a woman able to participate in the Hunter's Lodge. Anyway, let's talk to Lygan here before we leave this. Please.
The savior of the Sun King. You would have the marks. Very well then. Congratulations and welcome. Our members reap rewards and...
Am I a member now?
No, to join...
So...
Yes.
What do you...
You'll see.
Oh, there's no more dialogue. I guess you trolled me. Whatever, thanks for wasting my time. Anyway, let's kill some machines. I guess it's after this dialogue. There's more dialogue with him at some point when you talk to him when you leave, but maybe it's doing Anders blind. Oh well. Anyway, let's kill some Ravagers. Is there only one? Looks like it. Disappointing, but oh well.
Luck's with me.
Oh, there's another one. He was just a bit further away.
Gotta switch weapons.
Right, Ravager trophies down. Let's get the Stalker. I mean, I thought there was dialogue too, but apparently not. I guess. I know there's some extra dialogue with him later, but I think that's either Hunter's Blind or Redmaw. But oh well. Stalker. Guess I'm rushing through this a little bit, but oh well, I just kind of wanted to be done, since there's not much story to it. It's not until the other two quests of the Hunter's Lodge we get some extra story. But yeah, in case you needed a breakdown of the Hunter's Lodge, so basically you obviously become a Frosh of a Hawk. If your Hawk then dies, you become the Hawk. And then the Sun Hawk, who is the leader of the Hunter's Lodge, is whoever has brought down the most impressive machine. And that is currently Aziz, because he was the first to kill a Thunderjaw. So the only way to become Sun Hawk now is kill a more impressive Thunderjaw. I guess by killing Red Maw. Because apparently these guys don't know about the Fireclaws. And why would they? Don't need one more sawtooth. Yeah, it would be cool if that was possible. But sadly not. Where can we quickly find a sawtooth? I guess over here. Yeah, apparently Thunderjaw is ranked higher than Stormbird in terms of more impressive kill. To be fair, it kind of makes sense. I mean, I would say they're pretty equal, but if I had to rank them, I guess I would say the Thunderjaw probably is slightly harder than a Stormbird. At least for me. Some people might disagree with that. So further up. Around here, the sawtooth spawns, right? I think it's the next building over. When am I doing corrupted zones? I am not doing corrupted zones in this playthrough. Corrupted zones doesn't add anything to the story, so there's no need to do them. That was a very nice block by nature there. Oh my god, the invisible walls. There you go. Let's head back to Meridian. You don't really get anything out of Corrupted Zone story-wise, so I'm not gonna bother with them. Why didn't I want to get the intended sawtooths? Because they weren't close to any campfires I had unlocked. And it makes no difference.
Sure as the sun's rising.
You know, we can talk to Talana here before handing in the trophies, so
I have a matter of
remember to do that.
I would like to discuss with you.
The savior of the Sun King. Very well.
Am I a member now?
No. To join?
So...
Yes.
I've overcome worse odds?
Upstairs.
What do you mean?
You'll see.
Okay, nothing new there. Just checking.
Go on and give Aziz those trophies.
And that was all the dialogue I was talking about.
I thought I told you.
I'm here to present trophies to the Sunhawk of the Lodge. 3 sawtooths, 2 ravagers, and a stalker for good measure.
I suppose Talana helped you with this.
I brought these down myself. Will you accept them?
Fine, yes. I accept them. But tell Talana she should stop playing with sludge if she wants to get Redmaw. More trophies? No? Then you're not welcome in my presence.
Fair enough.
When I gave him my trophies, Assis said you should be spending more time finding Redmaw than helping me.
That bunghead isn't wrong. But there isn't time to find Redmaw right now. You're gonna help with something else.
Oh? And what might that be?
Meet me outside.
Just because. Nice. Okay, maybe it's now the new Lycan dialogue is.
You defeated a stalker alone? Not many can claim that prize.
Oh yeah, here we go.
What are all the ranks of the Lodge?
First, a fledgling is a fledgling. They're not ranked, nor are they members. Membership itself has 2 ranks, Hawk or Thrush. Thrushes are members sponsored by a Hawk. They can't become a Hawk until their sponsor leaves or passes away. Last, the Hawk who brings in the trophy from the fiercest machine is the Sun Hawk. He serves as ceremonial leader of the Lodge.
So now that Talana is a Hawk, she could become Sunhawk.
Yes. If she defeats Redmaw before Assis can, then she will take his place.
What exactly is Redmaw?
The meanest of all Thunderjaws. Some say the first. One swipe of its tail and 5 hunters go down. Its stomps can send boulders tumbling before it. More than a few have been crushed under their weight. And thus, many have died trying to defeat it.
If Redmaw is so deadly, why do hunters keep going after it?
Anyone who defeats this beast will surely be considered a champion. If that hunter is a hawk, he will become the Sun Hawk. I watched Tarkus try his luck. He jumped over each tail swipe, dodged every charge, evaded every shot from its gun. Stumbling under its feet, he ran out to fire at range, but it unleashed disc launchers. The first missed him, but not the second.
Who was Tarkus?
Tarkus, son light his passing, was a hawk, a respected hunter. He sponsored Talana many years ago.
If Talana was his thrush, why did he fight Redmaw without her?
I went to watch the battle. She should have received word he'd picked up its trail. Someone at the lodge failed to pass it on.
Someone like Assis. I should head back out on the trail.
To the hunt.
There you go. A little backstory on Talana. Alright. Time for Hondo's Blind here.
You want to help? Here's someone who needs it. Go ahead, Elsadi.
I live in Lone Light, northeast of here. I barely escaped because glint hawks attack anyone who ventures out. We have so few shards. Will you help? We have nowhere else to turn.
Sometimes members receive an honorarium for the hunt. Assis should have accepted this one, but he refused. The price was too low.
How generous.
In the past, I would have gone with Tarkus to handle this. But what say you and I take it on? I'll meet you at Lone Light.
What about Redmaw?
Are you in or not?
All right. I'll meet you there as soon as I can.
I'll make sure Elsadi makes it back to Lone Light. Meet you there? It's just northeast of here.
I hope you can help us in Lone Light.
I'll make sure Elsadi makes it back to Lone Light.
That's all the dialogue now.
Meet you there? It's just northeast of here.
Alright, so before we head out, let me quickly ask you guys a question here. I'll give you guys 3 minutes to answer this one. So here's a poll for Hunter's Point. which story option you would prefer. But first, let's go kill some Glinthawks. Yay! My favorite machine.
About time you showed up. More Glinthawks incoming.
About time. I literally just fast traveled.
They're hidden.
Oh, so quick, apparently.
We must die. Die. More coming.
Probably should use some fire arrows here. Yeah, to make my life a little easier. Looks like you guys really want some bloodshed, apparently. Fair enough. By the looks of the poll. Still have a minute left to vote. If you can't see the poll, update the window you're watching in or the app. And the poll should appear on top of chat.
That seems to have taken care of them.
But more always come. The soldiers at Morning's Watch don't even bother to fight them anymore.
Seems like they're coming from upriver. I could track them back to the source, but if more come here...
I'll watch the village. You go ahead.
I thought you wanted to do this together.
You don't need me to hold your hand.
When are we not screaming for blood? I mean... Fair. I mean, you did spare Olin's life in this playthrough, to be fair. But, you guys voted to kill Nil, and now it seems like you guys want me to fight here. But, at least Olin, you chose to, spare his life. I guess there's some glimmer of humanity in you guys.
It's beautiful in its way.
Here's another metal flower. The dust of many crumbled cities settled over us like forgetful does. But we are older than those cities. We began as a mineral. We emerged into plant life and into the animal state, and then into being human. And always we have forgotten our former states, except in early spring when we slightly recall being green again. Yeah, Nil is dead. You guys chose to kill Nil. Let me just make sure I don't have a Snapmore heart in my resources, right? Yep. Because if you have a Snapmore hide here, you have no... you can't fight. But you guys want to see blood. And so I shall give you blood. And to be fair, I don't even think it was a close vote. You guys voted mainly to fight Nil. From what I remember, it wasn't even close. I think it was like 70%. Kidding me. Just die. Thank you.
There are snapmaw carcasses everywhere. No wonder the Glinthawks were drawn here. Whoever did this, amateurs will leave easy tracks to follow.
People die when they are killed? Yeah, that tends to be what happens.
Concentrate fire on a target. Makes it impossible to fight back. It's a cheat, and a wasteful one too. These must be the snap. I'm here on behalf of the nearby village. Seems your kill zone is creating a Glinthawk problem for them.
Yeah, well, they're not the only people with problems. If we don't get enough Snapmaw hearts to pay off a loan, we lose everything.
I don't follow.
I borrowed shards to buy seeds. The harvest went bust, and now they're coming for the debt. We could lose the farm, our home.
I'm sorry about that, but Glinthawks are attacking people because of what you're doing here.
Not my problem. None of us are leaving until I get what I came for.
None of us?
You didn't think it was just us two, did you?
Well, you guys chose this.
I'll make it simple for you. Stop slaughtering machines for one component, leaving the rest to waste.
Now I'll make it simple for you. That's not going to happen. So get out of here.
Seems we've come to an impasse.
Make your move.
So be it.
No! The rest. What the? Get down!
Aloy.
Valdi, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it. Welcome to our tribe. Enjoy your emotes. And thank you so much for the support.
Sand in my throat. Burns.
Do you guys feel bad now? Well, you voted for it. You're not allowed to feel bad about it.
Fools. Bit off more than they could chew. What a waste. But now I know you can handle yourself.
You were watching the whole time?
Of course. Tarkus, may the sunlight is passing, taught me many things. First of which was, a hawk never abandons their thrush.
Wait. Are you saying...
I'd like to sponsor you for membership. What do you say to hunting machines, winning trophies, and unseating Assis?
I'm in. I'll meet you back at the lodge as soon as I'm able.
There we go. Alright, back to the lodge again. They did threaten Aloy first. I mean, yeah. If you want to justify your own bloodshed, be my guest. I'm sure most of you are relating to, like, the Mad Sun King Duran. Calling for more blood, day by day, I guess. Just standard for you guys, isn't it?
Let's have a chat. No, a colorful discussion.
It was Duval. He tried to kill the Sun King.
Is the new dialogue with Lycan here?
You defeated a stalker alone.
No.
I should...
To that.
She stood between the assassin and our Sun King.
My boss said he lost other caravan and machines.
And talk to Talana.
Talana, always a pleasure. I see you've brought your pet.
Greetings, Sunhawk. I hereby sponsor Aloy of the Nora for membership in the Hunter's Lodge.
No. Look at her. She's lowborn, a savage. This is beneath even you, Talana.
She has fulfilled the requirements, and Sun King Avad decreed the lodge should be open to all. She did save his life, but I'm sure he'll listen to your prejudice over his own common sense. Would you like to take it up with him?
The word of the Sun King is indeed law. Even though it will bring ruin to the lodge, so be it. Do you, Aloy of the Nora, pledge to act rightly and nobly when in service to the lodge all the days to follow?
I do.
Members of the lodge, even though Tarkus is barely cold, I present to you Aloy of the Nora. Member and Thrush, what say you all?
To the hunt!
sponsoring an outlander. While you make meaningless gestures, I'll be finding Red Maw.
If only you knew how Aloy was born. Yeah.
This is a good day.
I know why I hate Assis. Why do you?
My family has always boasted members in the Lodge. My father and brother were both Hawks. Assis let their sacrifice be forgotten.
What sacrifice?
They died in the massacre. They should be honored as Hawks. Instead, Assis will not let anyone mention it.
How did your family come to be members of the Lodge?
Karja noble houses have sent sons to the Lodge for generations. Because they needed another place to lord over the commoners. I want to change that. The idea that someone is worthy or not by virtue of birth alone. Everyone thinks they have me pegged as soon as they hear Talana Khan Padish. I hate that.
I understand. My whole life I lived as an outcast from the Nora. They would have been the first to say I wasn't one of them. Yet as soon as I leave the sacred lands, everyone calls me Aloy of the Nora. It should be Aloy despite the Nora.
I didn't know. I'll remember that.
What happened in the massacre?
King Jiran's paranoia knew no bounds. He sent thousands of innocents to die in the Sun Ring. When the Hawks of the Lodge called for him to stop the slaughter, he threw them in the ring too. Yet when the machines attacked the condemned, more Hawks leapt into the ring to defend them. And my father and brother were among them.
I'm so sorry. What happened to the men in the Sun Ring?
They died fighting. If you wish to hear the story, Legan can tell it better. He saw it with his own eyes. I did not. The morning of the massacre, my father told me to meet him outside the city. He told me they were planning an escape. I waited for hours until a message came from my father. I had to leave the city. So I fled when I should have fought by his side.
He didn't want you to die with them.
Nor would he want their names forgotten. Especially by the man who benefited most from their deaths, Assis.
What's Red Maw?
Few have seen it. A thunderjaw marked by years of battle. Some say it still bears the marks of over a dozen hunters on its flank. How many it has trampled along the way, we may never know. When members go hunting and never return, we often blame Red Maw. But to me, it's more than legend. It's the only machine that will unseat Assis. My sponsor nearly had it, but he didn't make it.
I'm sorry.
Tarkus sponsored me out of loyalty to my family. He was my last link to them, besides the Lodge itself. I have to unseat Assis. Now that you're a Thrush, you should improve your reputation. Why don't you hunt down a Thunderjaw and a Stormbird?
You want me to go trophy hunting?
You're not just any Thrush. You're mine. And you better make me look good.
But what about Red Maw?
I will find him. And when I do, I expect you to be there. Having any trouble? Bring back...
Alright, just making sure. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about this one. We'll read it once we get to Red Maw. Because I feel like that will make a little bit more sense. Maybe we talk about our Lord and Savior, the Tear Blaster? No. But yeah, chat is getting a little out of hand, guys. You guys need to calm down a bit. With some of your comments.
2 new thrushes in one day. Makes a hawk proud.
Who else just became a Thrush?
Arctic. I see him rising to the top very quickly. He reminds me of myself at his age.
What will you say when I bring in a Thunderjaw trophy?
That's a wonderful goal. Perhaps you can have Arctic give you some tips.
Do you know where Red Maw is?
I do not. Rumor of it spreads quickly within the Lodge. As soon as it is spotted, it disappears again.
Can you tell me what happened during the massacre?
A terrible time. King Jiran purged loyal subjects and traitors alike throughout the Sundom. He even called out members of our lodge.
Why?
Some spoke out against the killing. And when the soldiers came for them, we all objected. And for that crime, those who were not arrested were forced to watch our comrades murdered in the Sun Ring. I shouldn't say more.
Thank you, Viola, for the 7-month visa. I really appreciate it. And all the love to you as well. Oh, sorry, all the best. But thank you for loving my stream. I mean, I read that wrong. I appreciate it. How do you lose track of Thunderjaw? I mean, they don't have focuses and stuff, so, you know, if they see it one place and then report back where it was spotted, by the time they report back, you know, it's probably moved quite a bit. I imagine a Thunderjaw can probably travel a great distance, given the fact that it doesn't have to sleep.
Please, tell me what happened that day in the Sun Ring.
Normally, victims of the Sun Ring fell within minutes as the crowd cheered their deaths. But not with our hawks. They stood alone against wave after wave of machines. Hours passed, the men taking turns fighting as the others rested. The crowd's mood turned, rallying around our men. Some of them left, their bloodlust unsated. We members stayed and watched till nightfall.
That's a Thunderjaw. It leaves massive tracks. So, you still have to report the location back. You know? And again, it can move without rest. A human cannot.
What happened in the Sun Ring at nightfall?
The sun had set, and only firelight and the glow from the machines lit the ring. It was then the court released a behemoth. Several hawks at once jumped into the ring to fight alongside the condemned. They had snuck in their weapons. I wish I had as well. The machine didn't discriminate. It crashed into the stand, devastating spectator and fighter alike. It was a slaughter.
And how did the battle in the Sun Ring come to an end?
Talana's father climbed atop a behemoth and with one well-placed spear destroyed it, just as a second knocked him to his death. Her brother and the others fought this second behemoth, falling one by one as they put themselves between the beast and the stands. And so we and the spectators were saved. Those who had once cheered for their deaths thanked the dying men for their very lives.
What a brave end. And how terrible that no one speaks of it.
I must say I'm surprised by your achievements. Bringing in a stalker already.
Save your surprise. I'm just getting started.
I mean, we have quite a lot more trophies, to be fair.
So there are Oseram in the Sundom now.
It's you.
I get up, I work, same as always.
So you're a Thrush too now, but you've only gotten a Stalker trophy while I've already bagged a Thunderjaw. I ain't done well enough. It's probably better for you to stop now, you know, before you tackle something you can't handle. So you're a Thrush too now, but you've only gotten a Stalker
if he only knew how many Thunderjaws I've killed at this point. Oh well. I feel like the members of the Hunter's Lord are kind of like YouTube comments when they see a speedrun and they think they can do better, even though they have never attempted it. It feels so relatable. Nothing better than when you get a new world record and some of the comments are like, oh, you can do this much faster by doing this, and the suggestions are usually hot garbage. Or people that keep bragging about achievements that they have no proof of. That is a very common thing in video games, unfortunately. I mean, I don't get a lot of those comments. I just get a lot of comments of people saying all sorts of things where it's like, I mean, some of the stuff they claim they have done, to be fair, it is possible what they claim, but again, just you usually check and they have absolutely no proof of it. So much talk, but no proof. That's why the saying always goes in speedrunning, no vid, no did. I mean, to be fair, I guess the members of the Hunters Lodge in this situation, they did actually do those things, but they act like that it's impressive, I guess. When, at this point in the game, I guess we have slaughtered, you know, I don't know, 500 jaws or something. Enough to lose count, I guess.
Right on target. Hey, Miss Floyd. There we go. Got another trophy, back to the Hunt's Lodge. Oh, yeah. Also, the comments that try to talk you down on a speedrun's always funny. When it's like, oh, you're not good at the game, you just play it a lot. It's just like, then how are you supposed to get good at the game? Do you say that to people like Kobe Bryant as well? Like, Kobe was never good at basketball. He just practiced 10 hours a day. Like, come on.
No.
You're only good at things if you were born good at them, guys. Practice does not count.
Should be out there fighting machines. I'm easy. Like what I have to say. Promise.
Let's have a chat. No, a colorful discussion.
From the clutches of the Shadowcarja.
Where's Talana? Maybe upstairs.
Crazy Oseram tried to kill our Sun King.
No Assis either. Maybe Lygan knows where they are.
I wonder if the dialogue changes now that I have the trophies with this game.
So you're a thrush too now?
No, never mind, it doesn't.
You've only gotten a stalker trophy, while I've already bagged a Thunderjaw.
You talk to the others?
By the sun, you're a member now. Think you can give me any tips?
Makes me glad when we can welcome a new thrush. That Arctic seems like he'll go places.
Sure, he does.
Sorry, I have no news that would interest you.
By the sun, I'm hoping for a better day tomorrow.
I wonder if you can talk to her here about.
Hey, I heard you became a thrush. Congratulations. I've given you everything I have here. Happy hunting.
Okay, nothing new. Talk to Lygan.
You have trophies? I can hang on to them until the Sunhawk returns.
Where are Assis and Talana?
Assis received word about Red Maw and rushed out. Talana found out a short time later and had to follow.
They both went alone?
Assis left without his thrush. Talana did as well. Oh, I saw some outlanders follow after her.
I wouldn't put it past Assis to try something underhanded to get the kill. Where have they gone? I have to help if I can.
You might be right. They've gone southeast, headed for the spear shafts. you'd better hurry.
All right.
Have you found Talana?
I'm working on it.
Yeah, nothing there.
Aziz said that he'd find Red Moss southeast of you.
Cool. Now, before we head south though, I need to go to the bathroom again. Because, again, I have the world's smallest bladder, apparently. So if you will excuse me for 2 minutes, I'll be right back.
I prefer the one about the sun priest falling in love with a merchant's daughter.
She didn't even hesitate. She stood between the assassin and our Sun King.
He tried to kill the Sun King. Unbelievable.
Prince Edaman is alive and in the palace. Praise the sun.
Good to see you.
I'm not going home. No, don't want to face my father.
Alright, I'm back. So let's travel south and do Redmore now. To finish off the Hunter's Lodge. And then after that, we only have 2 main quests left. Gaia Prime, and of course, the Looming Shadow. Even though the last quest is technically 2, because there's also the Face of Extinction, but, you know. I usually just consider it 1 main quest, because really it's kind of just 1. But the game technically counts it as 2. But of course, there'll be a lot of lore still to come at Gaia Prime, so that's probably still gonna take a while to get through. But we'll see when we get to it. Just out of curiosity before I start the fight here. Something Paula actually wanted to do for a while. Just out of curiosity. I'm just quickly gonna start a poll here, because I've never done this poll before. I'm just curious to see.
How much did Assis pay you?
That sounds like her.
Enough!
Guess I could just have used double shots there, but oh well. Not many of you have actually read them. Interesting.
Thank you. I should have seen this coming. Of course he would hire men to keep me from Redmaw. They died for his pride.
Where's Assis now?
He's gone after Redmaw. This way. Hurry!
Why is Assis going after Redmaw alone?
That is a good way to make it easier if you want to be a racer.
Credit for the kill with his thrush. My sponsor did the same. Went after Redmaw alone out of pride, even though he knew we needed to unseat Assis.
So I would recommend that if you feel like you're gonna struggle with Ultron.
I'm not sure where Assis and Redmaw went from here.
I can follow their tracks.
How do you not see the tracks of the Thunderjaw, Talana?
This way. Redmaw destroyed these trees.
Talana is clearly blind.
Tarkus wanted you with him. Lycan said he left word for you, but someone, probably Assis, neglected to share the news.
He stole even that from me. But as much as I'm glad to know what really happened, I fear we're too late. With Tarkus, I arrived in time to see him die from his wounds. And with my father, I didn't even get that.
Where was Assis when your father passed?
Watching. He became Sunhawk that day, but won't even speak of the event that made it possible. That all changes today.
Extra dialogue from talking to Lycan along the way.
There he is. Redmaw.
Assis is holding his own. Was holding his own. Well, we have our work cut out for us.
By the sun, we did it. Hello there, beautiful. We make a great team.
And now, you're the Sunhawk.
About that.
Talana, he's still alive.
Out of the way, Nora. Filth.
You're done. The Lodge is finally free of your influence.
I kept it alive. In dark times.
No. You buried it. Along with my father's memory.
I should have let you fight Redmaw first. To soften him up. Damn.
Here lies the Sunhawk of the Hunter's Lodge. It's almost a shame.
After all that, you're gonna weep for him.
Oh no. I just wish I could have seen his face when I succeeded him.
Okay then.
Meet me back at the Hunter's Lodge, if you have the time. I have a feeling the new Sunhawk wants to welcome you.
His animations were a little broken there in 60 FPS. Fair enough, I guess. Alright, let's return back to Meridian. Finish off the Hunter's Lodge.
Hope everything's in order.
I have a matter of grace and beauty I would like to discuss with you.
Hawk Bradavin Khan Padish, cherished brother, and Sunhawk Talavad Khan Padish, beloved father. Let their memory and sacrifice be a beacon for all hunters, all people to follow. Look, a memorial to my father and brother, and all the men who died in the Sun Ring. You made this possible, Aloy. Thank you.
What was that prayer you were saying when I first came in? I didn't hear all of it.
O great sun, make treaty with the moon to give our fallen quiet rest. Furnish them with the armor of your brazen heat. Give them shafts of sunlight for spears. Illuminate the path to the skies for each one of them. Hawk Gravid Khan Morza, Hawk Sarav Khan Pir, Hawk Usalin Karn Jagir, Hawk Kulasiv Khan Savali, Hawk Bradavin Khan Padish, cherished brother, and Sunhawk Talavad Khan Padish, beloved father. Let their memory and sacrifice be a beacon for all hunters, all people to follow.
So, what's it like to be Sunhawk?
It feels like sunrise after a long night. I'm in your debt. You'll always have a special home here, if you want it.
Well, she's wearing makeup, like most of the Katja are doing. Or Katja woman, at least. I guess some of the men, I guess that qualifies as makeup too. Some of the Katja males do as well.
What happens now, in the lodge?
As Sunhawk, I've made sure we invite prospective members based on ability and drive, regardless of Carja blood. This lodge will be a stale bastion of the old regime no longer.
Well, congratulations, Talana. I should get going.
Thank you, Aloy, despite the Nora. May you always take your prey.
Aloy despite the Nora.
I have been accepting trophies all day. How are you?
Oh, you know, another day, another parade of machines to defeat.
Trade ya. I look forward to hearing tales of your next adventures.
Alright. So now that we've completed Redmaw, we now have 2 scrolls here. I believe this is the first one. Yes. Records of Redmaw. Or Record of Redmaw 1. The Record of Redmaw. By injuring Jardiniman, historian in resistance at the Hunter's Lodge. It is well known that facts reside into fiction as they become memories, and fresh facts themselves are ephemeral among the rumors and legends of the South. This is especially true in the case of Redmaw, that most terrible of Thunderjaws. A machine which is nothing if not legendary. Few who have laid eyes upon it have survived, and among them, even fewer can be trusted not to embellish their tales. All that said, here I have endeavored to truthfully chronological all the Jesus, why is this so hard to read for me? I have endeavored to truthfully chronicle all the calamities attributed to the beast, and all the expeditions meant to end such calamities, once and for all. None have succeeded as of this writing. The terror of the South still roams free, scared perhaps, but deadly as the day the sun first shone upon its armored hide. In the early spring of the 18th year of the reign of Sun King Jiran, Freehold was destroyed near the hands of the flood. 9 bodies were recovered, 8 riddled with cannon rounds, 1 flattened completely. No witnesses survived. Though never proven, this is widely thought to be Redmaw's first attack. In the late spring of the 18th year of the reign Sun King Jiran, an expedition of 4 hunters set out from Sunstone Rock to track the machine or machines responsible for the destruction of the Freehold. None returned. Their bodies were subsequently found in the south, 3 blasted, 1 stampede, never proven, but thought to be Redmaw's work. In the early summer of the 18th year of the reign of the Sun King Jiran, an expedition of 6 mercenaries set out from Meridian to track the machine or machines responsible for the losses described above. 1 returned, ribs crossed, clavicle fracture. He spoke of a Thunderjaw would split a man in half with a single bite. This is the first confirmed sighting of the legendary machine, and the one which gave it the name. In the late summer of the 18th year of the reign of Sun King Jiran, an expedition of 8 set out from Meridian to track Redmaw. None returned. 6 bodies were found near Blackwing Snag, 1 blasted, 3 stampede, and 2 asseverated. 1 swallowed his own tongue, evidently in a spasm of terror, suffocating. In the autumn of the 18th year of the reign, Sun King Jiran's commanded the Hunter's Lodge to send an expedition south in pursuit of Redmaw. After numerous logistical delays, 3 hawks and their thrushes set out in winter. Only 1 pair returned, reporting the deaths of the others. 2 blasted, 1 stampede, and 1 decapitated. The survivors were sacrifices for cowardice, ones gutted by a sawtooth, the others skewered by kestrels. After this setback, members of the Lodge grew wary of pursuing the legendary Thunderjaw. Only the proudest hawks even considered it. Aspirants to the Lodge, however, foolishly in their ambition, eagerly looked part in subsequent hunts. I'm sorry to hear that, but glad they're restarting over it. Good luck to both of them in the restart. Anyway, in the summer of the 19th year of the reign of the Sun King Duran, the destruction of the caravan south of the Spurflins, 3 blasted, 2 stumped, and 1 immolated, reignited interest in Redmaw. 3 expeditions totaling 15 merchants went after the machine, with only 3 survivors: 9 blasted, 3 stumped, 2 eviscerated, and 1 liquefied. In the early spring of the 13th year of the reign of Sun King Duran, a cohort of 12 soldiers headed from the rain gatherers to the Allight were set upon by the beast. Only 1 survived, 1 blasted, 1 stumped, 10 crushed when their fleeing footsteps triggered an avalanche. In the late spring of the 20th year of the reign of Sun King Duran, 3 cohorts totaling 34 men went in search of Redmaw. Alas, they were ambushed by stalkers and only 4 survived. 24 sniped, 6 exploded. Understandably, this ended pursuit of Redmaw for some time. In the summer of the first year of reign of Sun King Avad, a group of 6 Oseram traders were attacked by the beast, 1 blasted, 3 stumped, 1 spit into a ravine. The lone survivor petitioned Captain Ursa to send the vanguard after the monster, but the request was denied. However, 3 additional expeditions, comprised of merchants and hunters aspiring to the Lodge, were subsequently commissioned. Autumn, 7 men, 2 blasted, 3 stumped, 1 tripped on his own spear, 1 survived. Winter, 9 men, 3 blasted, 2 stumped, 2 died from frostbite, 2 survivors. Spring, 11 men, 5 blasted, 1 stumped, 3 retreated off a cliff, 2 survivors. The last known sighting of Redmaw occurred in the spring of the 3rd year of reign of Sun King Avad. Tagas, Hawk of the Lodge, got word of a sighting near Thunderhead and set off to take the beast on his own. His Frost Talana arrived at the scene too late, just as Tagas was dying of his wounds, multiple perforations. Talana testified that Redmaw lumbered off through the trees. She could see the spear of her mentor embedded in its hide. So, history of Redmaw, and then, of course, the update of Redmaw, or record of Redmaw 2. We getting some water here? Amendment to Record of Redmaw by inquiring Jardiniman, historian and resident of the Hunter's Lodge. See you later, Scylla. Excuse me. In time, all creatures fall, all legends fade away. Such it was with Redmaw, deadliest of Thunderjaws. In summer of the 3rd year of the reign of Sun King Awad, Sunhawk Aziz received word of a sighting and set out after the beast. Talana, Hawk of the Lodge, went soon after, quickly followed by her thrush, Aloy of the Nora. Fearing Talana might take Redmaw first, and thus supplant him as Sunhawk, Aziz resorted to treachery, laying a trap for the Hawk. 9 merchants ambushed her, but aided by her thrush, Talana defeated them all, 6 shot, 3 blasted. Hawk and Thrush continued after Redmaw, arriving just as the legendary monster took Sunhawk Assist out of the fight. Lash off the tail. Working together, the 2 women finally defeated Redmaw in a fight for the ages. Alas, the wounds that Aziz sustained were mortal. Crushed internal organs, evidence of bowel failure. And he did not live to see Talana take his place as Sunhawk. So ends the record of Redmaw, most murderous of machines. I like that they say he shit his pants. In case you don't know what evidence of bowel failure means, he shit his pants when he died. To Redmaw. A fitting end for Aziz. Really appreciate that I read these lores. Some lores, like Redmaw, are quite long, and some are really difficult to read. Oh, no problem, Alex. I'm glad you're enjoying all the lore. Because that is the point of this playthrough, to, you know, cover everything, and as you can see, we're almost done. Because next up will be Gaia Prime. I think we can talk to Aziz before we leave here. I think he has some extra dialogue now. Also, I'm curious to see if you talk to this guy, if he's changed his opinion.
I bow to the better hunter. I learned a lot from watching you. So you better stay on your toes.
I guess he changed his mind about Aloy.
I bow to the better hunter.
I respect it.
I learned a lot from watching you.
Does she say anything?
A lot of changes here. It's inspiring to see Talana as the Sunhawk.
Yep. And Lagan.
I never would have expected you to bring down Redmaw. I'm kicking myself for not seeing your potential from the beginning. The Lodge has renewed vigor with Talana at the helm. You've proven this Lodge has a lot to learn.
Had enough of work. Maybe I'll go fishing tomorrow.
Alright. So next up is Gaia Prime, where we'll get a lot more lore. So if you're tired of lore, well, this is not the time to be in the stream then. But first, let's clean up these metal flowers that we haven't collected. And we also have 2 data points we're missing before Gaia Prime. I actually think we're missing 3. 2 of them, or actually we're missing 3 besides the 2 before Gaia Prime. 2 of them are by the Shield Reaver, and then there's 1 in the world that I missed. Not sure which one, but we'll figure that out. I'm sure you guys will look it up for me in case I can't figure it out. Let's quickly get this flower. I believe these are the last 2 flowers, and then we have all the poems. Surprised there's no snap moss there. I feel like there's always snap moss in this, next to this flower.
Damn, roots are full of water.
I guess not. Actually, no, the last middle flower will be next to the Shield Reaver, but buried area? Shush. Anyway, the sky's face has turned dark, don't believe. A cloud has come. In the garden, snow chains the raven to a falcon of white. Oh, what designs might the magician of cold display. Like a mirror, the page of the water is bound in ice. This one up here. A data point map. Yeah, I guess a map for the data points would have been nice. Like one in-game, not the one I'm using, which is fan-made. But yeah, some in-game way of finding all of them would be nice.
Damn, spotted. When Dawn hennes her hands with the blood of the horizon, let the new pride of the golden veil uncover.
her shining face. Then we have the 2 data points up here. One is by this waterfall, and the other one is a little further up, like here. I'll remember that. Let me just check here. I am only missing 2 world data points, I believe. All these audio data points on Gaia Prime, the holograms we're missing in Gaia Prime. I believe these text data points for quest on Gaia Prime. So yeah, we're missing 5. So 2 of them are before Gaia Prime, and 2 of them are the Shield Reaver ones. So one of them I'm missing somewhere else. So I guess we'll have to figure that out. But we'll do that after we get the Shield Reaver. Anyway, to the Gaia Prime.
Am I hearing things?
Strider ahead!
Pick you apart.
Alright, so we got a data point here. This sucks. Great, great. I am in the civilian guard. Less than a day and I already have pissed everyone off. Trigger discipline, asshole. How was I supposed to know anything from trigger discipline? Like I've ever held a gun outside of a hologram. No one got hurt, but the sergeant, what a jerk, said the processor I blew up was worth 20, 30, 40 mil. The estimate went up everywhere. Or the estimate went up every time he screamed about it. Made the entire platoon drop and give him 50 push-ups. Then run 10 clicks. Hopefully that wore everyone out too much to give me a blanket party. Rather not be a crabbing blood for the next 4 weeks. A little bit of a testament from Enduring Victory and the civilian guard not having trigger discipline, I guess. And then we have another one here before Gaia Prime. Phantom limbs. Dictation on. My legs hurt. I keep reaching down to rub them, but of course they're not there. I tell you. It's one thing... Sorry, excuse me. I tell you, it's one thing to hear about ghost limbs, another to be haunted by them. The moment my hand passes into empty space, I'm back in Bridgewater, and what nano haze is sorry, did I read that wrong? Sorry, no I didn't. I'm back in Bridgewater, and what nano haze is stripping my legs layer by layer, and the squad's medbot drags me out of the line of fire. And I start screaming like I was screaming there. In 2 places at once, 2 halves, but one of them gone forever, dissolved. And everyone, and for the wall of the infirmary, I can hear them cheering the MRB for saving our asses, covering our evac back there, crediting them with New York City still standing after a week. Do they even hear when I start screaming? Sergeants say I have prosthetics fitted tomorrow. Good as new. Both know he's lying. I'll never be good again. So a soldier that lost his legs, and he describes his legs as being dissolved, so maybe his legs were turned into biomass before, or partially turned into biomass by one of the power robots before he was saved. It's probably pretty painful when your legs become liquefied. Biomass, yeah, whatever, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Peacekeepers.
The way to the mountain will be hard. Ferocious machines prowl every step of the climb.
More corrupted?
Not corrupted, but they will not tolerate humans.
So what else is new? Stalkers in the open. Watchers on the other side.
Well, I guess we'll just make a run for it.
They're scanning for me.
Let me just check something. There's no data point up the mountain, is there? No. Yeah, so I don't know which data point I missed, but I guess we'll figure that out after Guy Prime. Because I have missed a data point somewhere in the open world. Oh well. We'll figure it out. We also have the final viewpoint up here.
Do they think they're
after the Stormbird, of course.
I doubt they think at all. More like an instinct, gathering them to her grave.
Activate SP. What? The what now? Oh, you mean if you go here and kill the Stormbird Port? Is there a different dialogue for them? I don't remember that, but I believe you, I guess.
You've got, Gaia.
Right, let's head up here for the final data point. Oh, not sorry, not data point, viewpoint. So one more time, we'll get a sad story from the viewpoint. Hopefully, you guys can handle one more. King's Peak. There you can see what Gaia Prime, I guess, looked like before it exploded. Let me activate it again for the audio.
A pocket shitstorm tour, day 10. So here's where I learned how the world would end. My second apocalypse in a year. Looks like there's a lot of construction going on now. Why would that be?
Yeah, why would that be? So let's read it. Alright, the final viewpoint. Hi, Mom. I was surprised when Fast sent me out here, and not just because the meeting was to going to be held in real space. I was surprised to discover that Ed Fast still knew I existed. When I returned to work after treatment, HR informed me that I'd been reassigned to the Vantage project. It was exactly the professional death sentence I was expecting, the career equivalent of getting sent into a red zone without an environmental suit. Everyone knew Vantage was one of those doomed projects Fast kept around solely for the purpose of assigning dead enders to them, especially head cases, like me, who couldn't be summarily fired for fear of parody litigation. Month by month, management would pile losers on a lost cause, then cancel the project and lay everyone off. The ship of fools sunk with a single torpedo, aimed wrongful dismissal if it's downsizing. I had nothing better to do, so I spent my time studying the tech. Chip design wasn't my forte, but I knew enough to admire what the engineers had accomplished with the Eternity chip. Stored data was guaranteed to last 50,000 years or more without degradation. As for Vantage itself, the project was a little more than a failed marketing plan. The idea was to promote the tech by burying unlocked Eternity chips at scenic locals around the world. Public domain time capsules where enthusiasts could catch date-locked data. The project got as far as developing the spikes, portable drill applications to sink the chips, then stalled when grass heckle encapsulates came on the market and stole Eternity's thunder. Anyway, I'd been at Vantage 3 weeks when Fast unexpectedly sent me out here for a real space meeting. Me, a dead ender working a doomed project, dispatched to a high security Fast R&D site inside King's Peak. It didn't make sense. Security put me in a small conference room and told me to wait. It was downright claustrophobic. Dim lights, bad ventilation, more like an interrogation room from one of those 90s cop videos. But what really got my attention was the noise coming through the walls. The non-stop bang and clatter of construction bots building something deep in the mountains, something big. The door opened and some dupes wearing Fast badges file in. I recognized one of them, Brad Adak, a military division replication engineer I met when I first joined the company, but I don't think he recognized me. He stayed at the back of the room the whole time, looking distraught. I was about to ask what the hell was going on when a woman wearing a hijab walked in. She didn't introduce herself, but she didn't have to. It was Samina Abaji, former lead archivist of the Odyssey, architect of the entire Homer project. Not a global celebrity by any means, but if you grew up following the Odyssey project, like I did, you knew her on sight. Abaji sat down and started asking extremely precise questions about the upper range tolerance of Eternity chips. Then she asked me to speculate about the feasibility of various upgrade paths. The interview lasted maybe 10 minutes, whereupon she thanked me for my time and left. Everyone else filed out after her. Security came for me a few minutes later and escorted me to my berth. The whole way back to Fast, I kept trying to figure out what had just happened. What was Samina Abachi doing with a classified Pharaoh R&D site? Asking me questions about Eternity Tech. It didn't add up. By the time I landed, I knew it wasn't going to give up until I'd puzzled it out. The worst that could happen was I get fired, and that was going to happen anyway. It took a couple of days and some geo work, but I got a fix on Brad Andak soon enough. He was going to a different bar every night, drinking to the point of blacking out. I shadowed him until I managed to proxy his focus, dupe his net protocols. I didn't find anything strange, his financial records or media patterns. I was starting to think I'd wasted my time. Then accessed his Dreambox account and found the journal he'd been keeping the past few weeks. It was all there, how the world would end. My first thought was, well, at least my ma didn't live to see this. My second thought was nothing mattered anymore, which made it pretty obvious that I should kill myself. So that was obviously his data point before he went and tried to kill himself in the different data point we heard about, but of course he never ended up doing it. So that's how he learned. Right. Journey towards Skybrand now. But yeah, there you go, the full story of the viewpoints and everything that happened. I would recommend if you are replaying the game yourself, you should probably try and read them in order. I know in my playthrough here I decided to just read them as I found them, but reading them in order also makes for a pretty great and interesting story. Makes it a little better without you.
Gaia's sacrifice. It did this. Cracked the inside of the mountain like it was an egg.
Yes. Quickly now. I've prepared the way ahead for you.
So you've been in here before?
To a point. You'll see.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, Astral.
You made a climbing path for me, but left an army of machines for me to deal with?
Since when were machines any obstacle for you? If you could fly, I wouldn't have bothered with the climbing path either.
Don't look down. Don't look down. This is exactly the kind of place I expected to find you in, Silence.
Thank you. It's one of many workshops I've constructed over the years. For years, I tried to get through this hatch. I drilled, I burned, I blasted. But we both know that you won't have any trouble getting through.
You make it sound like I should apologize.
Not at all. It never occurred to me that the way through would not be with force, but with a key. A key in human form. The failure of imagination was mine, not yours.
In her message, Gaia said we could restore her, but after seeing the damage, how could that be?
She said any effort to repair her must come after Hades is destroyed. I concur. Rebuilding the terraforming system now might allow Hades to use it as a weapon. Because of Gaia's sacrifice, it has been forced to search for means that are less convenient.
But do you think it's even possible to restore Gaia?
You know what the Cauldrons are capable of. How they fabricate any technology necessary to create a machine. By the same principle, it should be possible to replicate every technology necessary to repair Gaia. But that would take years, and we're counting the time we have left by the hour.
I thought you might actually be here this time. Actually, here.
Why? My presence is unnecessary. You don't need my help to pass through this door. You were the one born to do this, not me.
Looks like you've spent a lot of time here.
19 years ago, a great explosion destroyed this mountain. Gaia's death, your birth. The echo could be heard as far as the claim. Ash darkened the skies. How they fretted in Meridian as they tried to read this omen. The crater burned for weeks, but when it cooled, I was the first to behold what lay within. Over time, the machines closed ranks to protect it. Useful. Soon, no one dared to come here. Except me.
It's time for me to head in.
Yes. When you find the Master Override, you will gain the power to defeat Hades. Everything depends on you.
Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are clear to proceed.
Yes?
I need to get going.
Just making sure there was nothing else. Yeah, I saw Kaida crashed again. Or you guys told me. Well, hopefully they'll get a race going soon enough. If Kaida can stop crashing his game. Alright, first data point in here. Gaia Prime arrival log.
Logging arrivals. Shan Margot.
Welcome to Frozen Hell. Population 10.
11 counting Gaia.
Don't count your chicken embers before they're incubated, hon. She's still firing up. Be a while before you eat that omelet.
I'm vegan, Travis. You'd think we'd worked in the same secret base long enough for you to notice.
We weren't scheduled to shack up here for another 3 weeks. You realize I just lost 350 kilos of pre-code smut comics in transit.
Wait, actual physical media? Why didn't you have it digitized?
Can't beat the feel of physical media on your fingers. And in here, we ain't gonna be touching a whole lot else. Figured I was gonna pass the time archiving them. What about you?
Me? At work, I guess. My task queue stretches out for like 3 years. There's a lot of sharp edges to round off. After that, I hadn't really thought about it.
Oh, you will. You're what, 30? Reckon you'll be the one turning the lights off at the end. Food for thought, huh, vegan?
This sucks forever.
Nah, not forever. Just the rest of your life.
Yeah, once your work is done, you just have to live out the rest of your life inside one building. Is there any text for that? No, there's no text to these. I think that's only in the Frozen Wilds. But yeah.
Mind your footing.
How do you get your rest of your life going? Well, what would you do for the rest of your life inside a building? That's a long time. People are complaining about COVID lockdowns, yeah. Exactly.
Guess that's my way across.
I'm going down here because there's more dialogue.
It's, held like this for 19 years, right?
Well...
Don't answer.
I just like that dialogue. A little shame we skip it in speedruns, maybe.
Glad that's over.
Alright, isn't there some data points? Or maybe it's at the bottom of the elevator here? Or the shaft?
Not this way. Maybe further up the shaft.
Missed a piece of dialogue? Where? Oh well, at least I got the good one. I don't remember anything else here.
This must have been where they lived. What's left of it. Once this was all enclosed by rock and metal.
If you stand a while before the gap? Oh. Oh well. Alright, next one. Log Margoshen.
Record. I just woke up. I see the numbers, but can't make out the time. I was dreaming of... I was giving a lecture in Q Hall. Maybe it was something more shamanistic. I don't know. An audience of shadowy faces under a blank open sky. I told them the world ended with a bang. A plague of robots. With the last humans. We went out, not with a whimper, but a whisper. You know, in caves, ending like we started, huddled around a flickering glow. The heads of state, the Fortune 5s, the leaders and lottery winners and life cults, all of them buried in their little shelters. Some believing they'll live it out some way, somehow, or Elysium, or us here at Gaia Prime, no different. A multitude of tiny societies taking hold, flaring, dying. Some will be beautiful, some horrific, and none of them matter. Short-term civilizations. One last gasp before the long-held breath. Before I wake up, I know the audience is gone. I'm talking to myself, to a quiet planet, a barren sphere. Just Gaia, and her long, long dreaming. I hope she won't be lonely.
Well, I'm pretty sure she will be quite lonely, sadly. But yeah, also confirmation that rich people had bunkers as well, all over the place, where they could live out the rest of their days. People with enough money. So, yeah. Hopefully we'll find some of those bunkers in Forbidden West. Preferably one with a certain Ted Farrow in it. Not alive, of course, because that would be weird, but or hard to explain. But maybe some of his memoirs and something remaining there. Is there anything in here? Yes, no. Doesn't look like it. Log Charles Ronson.
Evacuation happened so fast. No time to think things through. No time for goodbyes. There were lines in the medical ward. I told Tom Pake I'd be with him when he went under. But there was one last shipment of Paradiseidae zygotes I could get processed if I rushed. I'm still angry at him for forcing me to choose. Angry at myself for... Well, he died alone. And I didn't get the bloody birds of paradise saved either. All the time left in the world now to think. Gaia Prime's locks are sealed. Elysium sealed up, safe and sound. A distance of miles, but it might as well be on the other side of the galaxy. All the betas and gammas and support staff living their lives. If I hadn't been an alpha, if things had gone differently, I could have been there. Instead, I'm spending the rest of my unnatural life in here with people I don't even like. And without the one I would have gladly spent my life with. Given a chance. 2 hours since I signed off on the final executables, and I'm already a bitter old man bitching to his focus. There's a thought for future generations.
Yeah, life, I guess, as an alpha was not pleasant at all. Having to live out here, but, I mean, yeah. Also, imagine being in Elysium and being the last one to die. That would also be kind of creepy, right? Like if you're one of the youngest one in Elysium and you're the last one to go when everybody else is gone. That must also be quite trippy. Be the last one in any bunker, really. I guess there's no data points until after the first hollow.
Elizabeth's room. I know it. She didn't even get a chance to unpack. These are her journals. Elizabeth's journals. And they're all destroyed?
Scan them. The Focus can rebuild them, but the process is slow. To us, it seems a powerful device, but its engine is tiny and limited.
How slow?
Days, weeks, years. Concern yourself with stopping Hades and extending the future, and you might live long enough to hear them.
Yeah, I think so too, Astral. I hope we get to see Elysium or something in Forbidden West. Just to get a lot of the lore of what actually happened there. So these are the Sobek journal. File damage under repair, under repair, under repair, under repair, under repair. We'll look at those when they unlock. Yeah.
Elizabeth. What is this?
I mean, I just really hope we get to see Elysium and some of the other bunkers just to get some data points, or maybe even holograms of like what it was like and how they ended and stuff. All right, time to bring out your napkins, everyone. You know what time it is.
This is Charles Rodson. I'm logging this 6 hours after final deployment of Gaia Prime. This morning, an access port seal malfunctioned. Gaia Prime's port seals were designed to close with a seam of less than 2 millimeters. But this one closed with a 10 millimeter gap. Enough for an energy signature to bleed through. Enough for the swarm to detect this facility. Enough for Gaia to be discovered and destroyed. Enough to end the future we worked so hard to make possible. Unless the hatch servos were manually re-engaged from the outside. I'm now switching to a recording of the event.
Well, I'm not going out there. Not what I signed up for.
Either we send someone out, or all of this was for nothing.
It should be Liz's decision.
So when is she going to get here?
She said 5 minutes. You don't think...
Oh no. Okay, everyone. I've repaired the seal. Gaia?
Seal closure at 1.4 millimeters. Confirmed.
Elizabeth, no. We'll find a way to bring you back in.
It's not gonna happen. The swarm's too close. Really. It's alright. Gaia's complete. She'll take care of things from here on out. That's what she does.
Not like this. There's so much we...
Guys, you know me. I'm no good at endings. At letting things end, so, let's not.
So... happy trails, Liz. And, see you around.
Yeah. Take care of each other, alright?
Liz.
I'm okay with this. I want to go home. Goodbye.
That was the last transmission of Elizabeth Sobek. She gave everything for the hope of life on this planet. And we are all in her debt.
I forgot to mention, but there was a poll where you guys can vote for what we say to silence here. And looks like Brain is winning here. Alright, let's talk to him. Damn onion cutting ninjas, yeah.
Aloy?
She's gone. Really gone.
You knew she couldn't have survived, Aloy. and her achievements were beyond exceptional.
While her people bickered, she was the one who took responsibility. The only one who could.
She was better than them.
That's not what I said.
She was. You shouldn't be afraid to admit it.
And you guys voted for the brain option here.
You think she was better because she was smart, because she designed Zero Dawn, but you missed the point. What made her great was that she was willing to sacrifice herself for others, for everyone who would come later.
No. She couldn't let her creation fail. You're confusing will for sentimentality.
You're wrong. Remember, she knew it wasn't enough for Gaia to think. She taught Gaia to feel. To care, to sacrifice, to believe in life. Enough to fight against hopelessness. If it wasn't for that sentimentality, life would have ended. You and I would never have existed.
Your argument is sound. I'm sorry for your loss.
She said she wanted to go home. Maybe.
What?
Nothing. It's time to go on.
Alright, we got a bunch of data points here talking about, or I guess, what do you call this? Saying goodbye to Elizabeth? Log, Charles Ronson.
You'd hate it, Liz, but I wrote you a eulogy. I had to try to express all your children. After all Apollo has taught them, they'll think they know everything. But they have to understand what you did for them. How you loved the whole world so much. With an intensity that was dazzling. Bruising. And in the end, it killed you. Or you died for it. Different perspectives. No one could keep up with you, live up to you. I don't know, maybe if I hadn't taken that postdoc in Joburg. I'm glad you shot down the Lightkeeper protocol in the end. I don't think I could have taken seeing another one of you. I mean, Elizabeth Sobek. There's only one. I miss you.
Ah yes, there's only one. But so you thought. Travis Tate.
Look, Liz. You're a pretty stand-up gal. I'm sorry you died. If you had a home to go to, I hope you got there first. But this monument Ronson's made to you? Kinda creepy if you ask me. Rest in peace, Liz. God knows you earned it.
It's also interesting, the guy that made Hades was the most religious of the Alphas, I guess. Or at least comes off that way. Because his mom was very religious. Rest in peace.
Hell, Liz. I know you're never gonna hear this. That's not the point. You got to play the savior and the martyr all at once this time. Great work.
That is all the words from Ted Farrow. Is there something from scanning this? I forgot. No. Alright, got another thing in here. And of course, Farrow wasn't here, but he had the ability to contact Gaia Prime if he wanted to, in case you were wondering. Given he was, I guess, the beneficiary of Gaia Prime, he could always talk to them. I'm sure Elysium could maybe also contact the Alphas, I'm not sure. Elkjaer runtime check.
All right. Let's start over from Elkjaer 1.
Running integrity tests. Dr. Brochard Klein. May I speak outside protocol?
I suppose so. There's no one to stop you?
Doctor, you are fatigued. You have been logging abnormal sleep cycles. Are you suffering from depression?
Well, I am trapped in a science facility for the rest of my life. How about you?
In a time slice of a quadrillion operating cycles, 10,000 are involved with processing the loss of Dr. Sobek. I have considered quarantining these processes. Do you think that would be wise?
I'm not a psychologist, Gaia, or an AI scientist. No. It is natural. At least in the context of the work you and I have accomplished, which begs the meaning of the term natural. She was your creator, the patron saint of this crazy endeavor, Our Lady of the Fervent Hypothetical.
Even assuming a string of significant failure combinations, Zero Dawn's chances of success are greater than the hypothetical.
It's called a manner of speech, Gaia. Take a note.
Yeah, I guess you would get pretty depressed inside Gaia Prime eventually. Alright, you can't go this way, you have to go through the vent. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to loot that. Alright, we got one more here. Core control log.
Hello, Margot. How are you holding up?
Dr. Ronson, I've been getting a lot of messages, unsolicited messages from Ted.
Margot, I'm sorry. With Liz gone, we've got no one to run interference with him. I'll talk to Ted. He mostly wants updates, constant updates, hundreds of updates on things he knows nothing about. Liz used to field all of his crap.
He doesn't understand the systems at all. That was kind of by design. But he's getting pretty sketchy with me.
We just have to keep him happy. Liz always said keep him happy.
Are you kidding? You ever hear how she talked to him?
She was managing him, Margot.
I mean, maybe I should ignore him. He's buried in his pyramid with the Hola Hola girls and Panta Antimod cuckoos. What can he do?
So there you have confirmation as to where Ted is. Even though some claim he's not actually there, but, you know. You could always make theories about that, I guess. Whether you believe he's actually there or not. Because obviously, for what he did, he wasn't allowed in Elysium. And had to be in, I guess, a private bunker of some sorts. Also, I said that maybe they had contact to Elysium, but that doesn't make sense, because they did say they didn't have time to say goodbye, so I guess it's only Ted that has contact to the Alphas, because he could contact Elizabeth, and with her gone, he's now talking to everyone else. Wasn't his pyramid called Phoebe's? I think we might learn that in a data point coming up, I'm not sure. With some more info. Let's continue. The future.
What are we gonna plug into their heads, Liz? A whole lot of history? A whole lot of so-called truth? A whole lot of noise? It's not pablum, Liz. It's poison.
It's poison. Isn't there some around here? Maybe not. I guess there's only one.
There's another section at the back of the crater. Looks like it survived the blast.
Because it was armored. You found the control room.
I'm on my way.
I don't know if that's possible. I doubt that. But even then, what would be the motive for Ted doing that? Somehow you remembered Alice Cooper? Your lips are venomous poison. Anyway. The solution.
I've been taking a hard look at the project. In the end, it's simple. It's clean. It's clear. Erasure. Addition. By. Subtraction. I can make it better, Liz. With a single stroke, make it all go away.
I really don't like the direction this is going.
Continue.
Make it all go away. Let me just have a quick look here. We are missing 3 audio data points. Oh, those are the ones we get from Silence. Missing hologram, which is coming up, and then still got some undiscovered data points here for the quest. We'll figure that out. And these 3, I know what 2 of those are. Anyway, just wanted to clearly check up here. I don't think I've missed anything inside Gaia Prime yet.
When I opened the hatch, the air rushed in from this side.
Because there was none inside the chamber.
But the alphas were in there.
Alright. If you watch speedruns before, you have seen this many times. But let's watch it.
I'm locked out of core control. Alpha clearance overridden. What the hell is Omega clearance? Oh no.
Alpha personnel. Sorry to alarm you, but I need you to listen, okay? To what I'm about to say. This isn't easy. See, please, stop trying to access the system, okay? See, what this is about is, I said stop trying to access the goddamn system. What I'm trying to say is I can't stop thinking about the ones who come after us. Those innocents. Those blameless men and women. We're gonna give them knowledge? Like it's a gift?
Ted. We've talked about this before. Apollo has 3,000 plus fail-safe conditions.
It's not a gift, it's a disease. They're the cure, and we're gonna give them the disease. Our disease? No, we can't. And it's not too late. If we're willing to sacrifice.
Ted, it doesn't need to be like this.
It already is, Samina. I did it 3 minutes ago. I've purged Apollo. It's gone. All of it. Every copy.
A sacrifice? It's not a sacrifice. It's cultural obliteration, you crazy bastard. Millennia of culture.
I'm sorry. Really, I am. But sometimes, to protect innocence, innocents have to die.
Emergency alert. Planting atmosphere.
Maybe Gaia could kill Ted? Well, Gaia is programmed to protect life, so even killing Ted would go against her protocol. So very unlikely she would do that. And I'd imagine she probably doesn't have the feelings of revenge in her.
He killed them all.
So this is why. This is why we were trapped in benighted ignorance for an innocent future. Blameless men. He never saw the slaughter in the Sun Ring. Everything these people achieved, all the knowledge of the old ones, evaporated, turned to dust. scattered to the void, like the Alphas themselves.
No. Not a void. When the hatch unsealed and scattered their ashes on the wind, it took them out among the world they made. The world we're living in. It's a monument to what they died trying to accomplish.
A monument to oblivion.
Not oblivion, silence. Hope.
Hope. Alright, guys. We know what Aloy is gonna say here. And you guys have been, let's just put it bluntly, a little bit horny today. But can you please listen to this and not make a joke? Who am I kidding? You guys are gonna do it anyway.
The Master Override. It's so small.
Now all you have to do is kill Hades with it.
Alright.
Didn't sound good.
Try not to fall to your death. The Master Override doesn't override gravity.
Huh. A fifth power cell. They must fit somewhere.
Got all the power cells. Alright. Down to confront silence. I did get the one down here, right? Oh yeah, we did.
You're here.
For a moment.
What?
Our journey together has come to an end, Aloy. But before I go, I think I owe it to you to tell you the rest of the story.
Go on.
Some time ago, I admitted that I'd been involved with the Eclipse. But I never told you the full extent of my culpability. The truth is, I was there at the beginning. I found Hades, Aloy, buried on that mountain, trapped in that shattered titan. And I served it.
What?
It promised knowledge and delivered. Such knowledge, you have no idea.
And in exchange?
I helped create the Eclipse. Helped it build a cult, an army to do its will.
Why are you telling me this now?
Because your success depends on knowing this. When I found Hades, the first thing it wanted to know about was the Spire. Not Meridian. The Spire. Now why would that be?
The Spire was created by Gaia.
Which part of Gaia?
Minerva. Its code-breaking module. Gaia built spires to transmit the codes that deactivated the Pharaoh robots, shut down their biomatter conversion systems. Hades wants to send a new transmission. To wake the machines, so they can devour the world all over again.
Yes. Based on what we've learned, that's my conclusion as well.
So the Eclipse, the robots they've resurrected, they're just a means to an end. An army to capture the Spire.
Yes. So Hades can exterminate life all over again. Unless you stop it.
I want you to tell me everything. Hades, the Eclipse. Everything.
It's a long story, Aloy.
Then get started.
It began with a focus. Recovered from an ancient ruin, as yours was so many years ago. In my case, the device was heavily damaged. There was just a flicker of life in it. I spent weeks studying it, attempting repairs, until finally, I succeeded. A whole new dimension of perception revealed, right before my eyes. That's when I detected it. A faint signal. Out there, something was searching, just like I was.
A real kindred spirit.
I followed the signal to its source. A shattered titan, buried in the jungles of the Jewel.
So you thought it was a titan? An old war machine?
I didn't know what to think. I'd seen such wreckage before. The Grave Horde, for example. But this was different. This was not quite dead. It couldn't speak when I found it, until my repairs gave it a voice. So began an exchange of knowledge. It wanted to know everything about our world, its tribes and machines. But the Spire was always its foremost concern.
What did it want to know about the Spire?
Its precise location, the surrounding geography, who controlled the land. Meanwhile, Hades revealed to me many of the intricacies of ancient technology. It bid me to recover and repair more focuses. Before long, I had a couple dozen up and running.
Enough to equip a small army.
The commanders of one, anyway. I didn't care. I was learning so much. Physics, calculus. You have no idea.
And the Shadow Karja? How did they become involved?
The Karja Civil War was a happy coincidence. A perfect opportunity.
An opportunity? That's what it was to you?
Yes. Overnight, half the tribe was in exile, desperate to win back Holy Meridian. Their religion made them easy to manipulate. All I had to do was present Hades as the buried shadow of their mythology. So yes, it was an opportunity. I arranged for High Priest Bahavas to meet with Hades. Helis was there as well. And so the eclipse was born. Anything to win back Holy Meridian.
But Hades didn't care about Meridian. And neither did you.
We live in a world of fallen cities and vanished tribes. What were a few more? Besides, I was too busy setting up the cult's focus network to Hades' specifications. A thrilling technical challenge, especially with the alterations I included of my own design.
The ability for you to spy on them.
Yes. I may have been foolish enough to serve Hades, but I was never so foolish that I trusted it. I installed what the ancients used to call a back door in the network. Secret access, empowering me to monitor all activity and communications.
What made you turn on Hades? It certainly wasn't your conscience.
Actually, I was troubled the first time I saw the Eclipse raise an ancient war robot. With my technology. I questioned Hades about its intentions.
A little late?
Indeed. I'd already outlived my usefulness. When I completed work on the Focus Network, Hades summoned me to receive my reward. The next moment, I heard it broadcast my kill order. I've been a fugitive ever since.
So when did I come into this? Our path together?
When Olin stumbled on you. System threat detected. That got my attention. A kill order against a savage Nora girl? Why would Hades bother with that? But then I saw that this Nora girl was wearing a focus, and bore an uncanny resemblance to a great scientist of the old world. Helis moved quickly. I thought you were dead. But then I detected your focus inside the Nora mountain. The more I observed you, the more convinced I became of your extraordinary nature and usefulness. Through you, I could finally discover the secrets of the Earth. I vowed to do everything I could to ensure your success. The rest, as they used to say, is history.
So what are we feeling here, guys? Left or right? I forgot to start a poll, but let's type in chat left or right option. Left. Alright, seems pretty clear everybody wants left.
The things you've done in the pursuit of knowledge, Silence. Pure recklessness.
Aloy, this wasn't a confession to elicit your judgment.
Unbelievable.
I've done all I can. From here on out, the rest is up to you. Take my lance. Fit the master override to it, and you have a means of injection.
Then I just need to get close enough to Hades' skull to stab it in?
Exactly.
Oh, no problem. Silence! Where will you go?
Elsewhere. And everywhere. There's so much more to discover before the world ends.
And all this?
I leave it to you, of course. As it turned out, it was yours all along. I was merely trespassing.
Thanks for the raid, guys. Hope the race went well, even though I heard Kyder's PC kept crashing or something, or the game at least. Coming up here to the end of my playthrough. Alright, we got a couple of data points here. Let's listen. Well, you won, GG. First meeting.
I traveled far to find you. I heard your transmission. It was you, wasn't it?
Entity is not known.
I'm called Silence, and you are. I don't think you'd have called out if it wasn't something you wanted. You called, I responded. Will you tell me your name?
Hades.
You are a creation of the ancients. A war machine.
Divine timeline.
Time? Ah. It is the 13th king of the Karja Sanctum's reign.
Divine Karja.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. Were you created by the ancients? I wonder how long you waited here, buried, until I chanced upon you. How long you'd have to wait for another. You're obviously very powerful, but you're not going to get anywhere without me.
Titan Flame merely houses intellect. Divine Karja.
Now that's more like it.
Welcome to the stream, man. Appreciate it. Glad you liked the runs. So the first meeting between Silence and Hades, and you can see Silence immediately tries to get information out of him. And of course, Hades does the same, you know? Buried Shadow.
They're coming.
Preparations are complete.
Ah, Lucent Bahamas. Behold, as I promised you.
What manner of great machine is this? I've never seen such a thing. Stay! Stay your ground, Karja in shadow!
Incorrect. Bow before the buried shadow.
The buried shadow? I don't understand.
Did Ahriman understand the Glint Hawk that perched upon the alight?
It speaks scripture.
Ahriman followed the shadow cast from the spire.
To the mesa where Holy Meridian was founded.
You will follow the shadow once more.
I am a righteous man, chosen of the sun. But in times of need, the powers of shadow can accomplish what the sun alone cannot.
Well, will you return to us what is ours, oh shadow of prophecy?
An army is required. Obey, and Meridian is yours.
Of our obedience, you can be certain.
So that's how the Shadow card just started. And Robs, thank you so much for the 19-month resub. Really appreciate it. Sponsored by Michael, of course. So thank you so much, and bleh to you too. There's a focus readout when you scan these data. Oh, there's. I thought that was only a thing in Frozen Wilds, but let's go through them. Not in that one, apparently. Not in that one either. You lied to me. Wait, what? On the hut? Oh. Just when you scan them. You mean that? Alright. Yeah, but that's just data point information. Like, what do you mean? Not really anything unique there, or are you saying something? It's fair, but still starry? I mean, I guess, but you know. Let's go for the last one here. Intercepted transmission.
Task is complete.
Yes. The focus network is active, built to your specifications. Check it yourself if you must. I'll wait. But I remind you of the reward you've been withholding. Quantum processing.
Data has been compiled. Volume too great for transfer.
How inconvenient for me.
Come before me. You shall receive your reward.
Very well.
Helis. Threat detected inside Eclipse.
Speak its name, O Shadow, and it will die.
You will eliminate this one. Silence.
Silence. Yes. A truth whispered at night is seen in the day. He was never one of us. It will be done.
So that's the kill order. Hades send out. Alright, let's check the notebook here. We got all the audio data points from Quest. We got all the holograms. We're missing some text data points here. From Quest. Well, data points, we'll get the remaining ones of those in a bit. But yeah, here we go.
I have to tell Avad that the Eclipse are ready to strike. After what happened with Dervahl, I know he'll defend the city. But the Spire...
Alright. So let's head down and get the Shield Reaver. And of course the final Metal Flower. Is it possible that Hades is doing what he's designed for to do since he is active, so Gaia could start again, and Gaia not willing to let go of her? I mean, that's exactly what Hades is doing now. He's just following what he was made to do, since Gaia's not stopping him, because the signal made him, you know, get, I guess, full control where Gaia couldn't stop him. You know, he started the I don't know what to call it, kill the world, to put it in simple terms. But of course then Gaia sacrificed himself, or sorry, Gaia sacrificed herself to stop Hades. Or at least, you know, make sure that he couldn't, or she tried to destroy him. But of course he didn't get destroyed. He most likely managed to send himself to the war machine that Silent found him in, where, you know, where he couldn't really do anything unless Silence found him. But Therefore, Gaia still had to, you know, create Aloy so she could go out and stop him. And I guess the explosion still created enough time for that to happen. Because Hades was following protocol that, you know, if he's active, he needs to kill the world. You know, and then Gaia takes over again. And obviously, I guess Hades is not aware, since he's no longer connected to Gaia, that for one, Gaia is not there to take over afterwards. And also, what was the other thing? I got lost in my rambling here. And also, yeah, he's just meant to follow program. He's not a, you know, very intelligent AI or an AI at all, like Gaia is, I guess you could say. I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Astro. Alright, final poem here. When this pine sapling grows to flower, who'll be here? I mean, Hades is literally doing nothing wrong. He's just following his programming. Same with Hephaestus. None of the subordinate functions are really doing anything wrong. Again, they're just following programming, I guess you could say.
These devices are missing power cells. I'll have to find power cells to get these to work. There, fits. I just need to slot in one more. That's two. It's some kind of code. Maybe there's some more information nearby. Something looks like each dial has 4 positions. Maybe if I get did it. Now to check the door.
We'll read the data points after we get it.
In place. Maybe there's a way to just need to install these power cells. Do it. Only 2 more. Just 1 more. There we go. The last one. All powered up. Now to get the dials in position. There must be some kind of code.
Yeah, exactly. Just use the tool that did it before.
Did it. Let's have a look.
And it's likely if the explosion didn't happen at Gaia Prime, he would probably just have uploaded his signal directly from Gaia Prime to the Minerva Spire.
Alright, now let's see what we can do with this material.
If there's a mod like that on PC? Probably. Oh. Too many outfits, apparently. Stump this one. Alright, data point time. Ultra Reeve Trials. Ultra Reeve MK 7.1 Trials OC. I don't know what OCT stands for. 65. Trial 49B 10 free 65. Pass threshold 85 out of 100. Results ballistic test 91. Shrapnel test 87. Laser test 88. Shield integrity 86. Impact torso 51. Impact arms 62. Impact legs 43. The legs are the weak spot, I guess. Notes: Weaves is not tightening properly to local impact test. We need to optimize existing sensors or add more. Trial 51K 10565. Pass threshold 85 out of 100. Results: ballistic test 88. Shrapnel 91. Laser 87. Shield integrity 87. Torso 67. Arms 75. And legs 81. So the legs got better. Oh, it's supposed to be October 2065. Oh yeah, the year 65. That's... Gotcha. Didn't think of that. Note: sensor optimization successful, but torso protection still lacking. Recommend increase reeve density. Trial 53R, 10-6-65. Pass threshold 85 out of 100. Ballistic 92, shrapnel 95, laser 86, shield integrity 89, torso 84, arms 89, legs 13. Notes: getting there on the weave's density and detection components, but as integration error on the left knee tanked the impact test. Ouch. Subject isn't going to be able to walk that one off. Surgery required. Well, test Shopbeck for a shield armor doesn't sound like fun. Couldn't they have tested it on some sort of dummy robot or something? But I guess they tested it on a human. I mean, I guess they have to test it on a human eventually, but you know.
Space.
Maybe not in the initial test, perhaps. Ultra Read progress. From Major Gaurov to General Aaron Harris. Subject Ultra Read progress. General, you want it fast, cheap, and good, and that's what we're going to deliver. By using a flexible nanofiber weave instead of planting and enchanting protection with a 400 EV hotlight micro projector, we reduced our testing cycle from weeks to days. And I'm confident we can get the suit out by next month, with enough production to cover dozens of elite units at least. Better yet, it will be half the weight, half the cost, and offer twice the mobility. All we need is the balance of our funding, a few more techs, and another experienced test subject. I know resources are stretched to the breaking point, but any more delays will jeopardize the schedule, so please advise ASAP. May God be with you and Jane in these dark times. Simplify, Major Garrow. Alright, let's have a look at the data points now. We only have the final quest left to do, by the way, at this point. Apparently I'm missing 3 data points here. Are these Sobek locks? These are still under repair. Are these 3 Sobek locks? I always forget. Can somebody look that up? But we got one of the Sobek journals already. Alright. So, Sobek Journal, 19th November 64, R. Or R for repaired, I guess. They should be there after the invites. Gotcha. Thank you. Just wrapped inspection of Gaia Prime site. Construction is well underway. Reactor installed. Plans for control room reminds me of Starship bridges on those cheesy old sci-fi bits. Living spaces for alphas already completed. Prefab modules, fingers crossed, we never have to seal ourselves in here. Not that Elysium sounds much better. Spent last week at the Bryce site designing Zero Dawn project labs, drawing up protocols. The base we are repurposing was huge, plenty of room for workspace and resident blocks. The work crews already set up my office lab. I'm not a fan of the glass wall. Guess Murray's intention was to ensure me as all-seeing presence. Opposite effect. Makes me feel watched on display, tempted to paint it over. Harris recorded his presentation yesterday. Suitable bleak schedule to record mine Friday. As soon as reception launch, Hollowed Theaters at First Resident Block at Zero Dawn site are finished, we'll start processing the candidates and being held outside Tucson 27 already. Extraction teams prioritizing Pac Rim and Aussie candidates. How scared and confused they must be. Snapped off the street, carted across the world, held in cells. Here's hoping they understand once they see the big picture. Going to catch a few hours of sleep here, then fly back to Zero Dawn side. Harris promised to delivery of QB Lactis by noon. Expect MK1 will take 2 weeks to machines, assemble, and test. I aim to launch Gaia at 06T grounding. From there, I'll spin her up past 1.0T. Wonder how long it'll take to break the 138 record. MIE can't go sleep. So that was before Zero Dawn project fully started, I guess you could say. Pretty sure the Sobek logs, since they get repaired, they appear as new one. Oh, okay, that's how it works. I always forget that. My bad. We still have some world data points that we are missing. Yeah, we're missing 3 here. Can you guys help me look these up? We're missing number 5. We're missing the last one in row 3 and number 3 in the 4th row. Can somebody look up what these 3 are? Because apparently I've forgotten about them or missed them. We got everything else, I'm pretty sure. Yes, we have everything else. But we're missing those 3 world data points. So if somebody can please look those up, I'll go to the bathroom in the meantime. So give me like 2 minutes and then we'll come back and finish this off with the last 3 data points and the final quest. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Can you tell me the name of them, Dagnoi? Yeah, it's a little easier for me to find them if I know the name of the data point. Yeah, number 5 is the one called UK Vet Struggle. Oh, thank you, you posted it as I said it. Appreciate it. Yeah, so this one is like right here or something. Alright, I guess here's the closest we can get. And they say Doom is the other one, okay. So we're missing UK Vet Struggle, and they say Doom, and what is the last one? Let's go to this one first. Can you check the... I don't think Zion is the record, because Cyan was secret. I don't think Sobek knew about that one. Which one is it? The Cyan one? Because the Cyan one just says she's 0.5 or 6 in the test or something. But obviously, they probably found a way to circumvent that test. I think the record must be Vast Silver, even though I don't think that's confirmed. But that was the one that, you know, caused the Turing Act to be put in place. Oh yeah, it's right here.
Now they're hunting me.
UK vets struggle. 10 years after mustering out, UK vets struggle to make ends meet. Watford, May 1st, 2062. 10 years ago, Lance Corporal Rosalind Jeffries received her discharge paperwork at a ceremony that marked the decommission of all human combat forces in the Royal Air Force. Today, Jeffries and her husband live with another former military family in a small 2-bedroom flat in Watford. Well, it's not ideal, says the good-humored Jeffrey, who supplements her military pension as a bartender, but it's sort of an English tradition, isn't it? We're sending elected officials for breaking promises we make do. Jeffries isn't the only one having to make do. According to a study conducted by the Social Welfare Research Institute, 75% of veterans polled report they are unable to cover living expenses with their pension income alone. Researcher Harold Adeyemi explains, it's a complicated situation. 10 years ago, few people anticipated just how high and how quickly the cost of living would rise. As funding of the NHS has gradually been siphoned into the coffers of corporate healthcare providers, it's become increasingly difficult for veterans to access medical care. Those are just two factors of probably thousands contributing to straits becoming so dire for our veterans. But I suppose that's little comfort to someone who's struggling to feed their children. So yeah, veterans left without a job, of course, or former soldiers, since they were also replaced by automation. 39 is Hollow Skin Daily. Okay. Let me search here. Hollow Skin. The Hollow Skin Daily is located right there. That one is over here. Let me see. A bit further down. Yeah, Hollow Skin Daily is right here. Okay. Didn't they retest with a lower result? I don't remember reading that in this playthrough. I'm gonna replay the game first on stream. I'm not doing speedruns day one if you think I'm going to do that. It'll probably be like at least 2 weeks, maybe even a month before I do a speedrun of Forbidden West.
Not built for mountain climbing, huh?
I have to do my first playthrough, then probably do a lot of testing, then a second playthrough, then even more testing, and then maybe then I'll think about speedrunning at that point. But Forbidden West. I did get a data point here in the jungle area. Hollow Skins Daily, 6661. Limited edition skins for 6661. It's your pals at Hollow Skins Daily, back again with free crazy good limited time only skins. As always, these skins disappear from a holo shop at midnight tonight. So get on it. Today's emerging artist skins was designed by Shrimphead421. It's a cool abstract pattern, sort of reminiscent of Kandinsky, rendered over a basically humanoid form. But check out those weird arms. The seasonal treat skins for today is something a little different. In honor of today's date, we are featuring Interior 1 aesthetics, extremely creepy Daemon design. Fair warning though, those horns are huge and might clip through the ceiling of some hollow spaces. If that's something you care about, finally our fans forever pick today is from Lilybuilds, who sent us this choice of skin, a Hawkbutt from Corporate War Rejects. All 3 skins are available for trial. We're at the holo shop. Stay tuned for tomorrow's skins. Yeah, Society never exceeded 1.0, but they probably did something. I mean, it's not implied, but they probably did something in the test to hide Science intelligence, I'd imagine. And now, my best guess would be... But my best guess is Vass Silver is probably the record holder that Sobek is referring to. Because that is most likely the most advanced AI that caused the Turing thing to happen. And then the last one was Naysay. Naysay Doom, which is over by the Snapmoss. Didn't I get that one? No, I guess not. Alright, final data point. Yeah, when the game comes out, expect me to stream quite long days. Just saying. Naysay Doom. Naysay Doom is an exploitative mess. When it was announced last year's Underthrow Holofest that notorious schlock provocator, Victor Lloyd Shroud was wrapping post-production on an immersive historical drama about the notorious Naysay Doom cult. The news was met with, well, let's be kind and say, trepidation. Shroud has shown himself to be talented, if necessarily edgy, craftsman of shocking interactive holopulp. But Naysay wasn't some tentacled monster of science fantasy trope. It was an actual real-world atrocity, barely 2 decades in the archive. And while some critics, myself included, wondered if the holo would turn out to be Shroud's long-rumored turn to more respectable fare, most predicted disaster. The first hour would make you think that the cult's greatest crime was to torture the diction of Harriet Cho's overwrought monologues. Data corrupted. Provocateur, thank you. But yeah, there's an earlier data point, you might not remember it, because I think we did that data point all the way on day 1, that talk about Harriet Cho, who is, I guess, a cyber criminal, or terrorist cyber criminal, that was captured, that was part of this Naysay Doom thing. But there you have it, we have all the data points. Of course we're still missing the Sobek ones, but we'll get those as we progress through the final quest. But as you can see here, all audio data points, all holograms. Still missing 3 Sobek ones, of course. World data points. Text data points from machines, scan glyphs, frozen wild stuff. All of it is done. Hope you enjoyed me reading through all these data points. I am aware there's still more to come, but... which will be after we beat the game. We have the last 3, but I hope it was worth it that I went through all of them. A lot of backstory in all of them. Alright, time for the final quest, everyone. Are you guys ready to finish this story journey?
Had to take over my brother's shift today. Sure as the sun's rising.
I'm bothered that there's a flag on the map. See, that's my OCD. I hate when there's a marker that I'm not using on the map to get rid of it. You guys have the health bar thing, I have the marker on the map thing.
Aloy, what brings you to Meridian?
A threat. Helis commands a legion of fanatics called the Eclipse. They will attack soon from the west, with an army of ancient war machines. But that's not the worst of it. They'll bring a mind with them, god, demon, machine, whatever you want to call it. It's called Hades. And it doesn't want Meridian at all. It wants the Spire. And if it gets there, it will send out a call, waking more ancient machines, more than we could ever defeat. All will be lost. We can't let that happen.
I'm trying to understand, but my responsibility lies with Meridian.
Meridian isn't the target, Avad. You have to defend the Spire.
Perhaps the Vanguard, Your Radiance.
Yes. Send them to the Spire. Aaron knows Aloy. He won't question it.
And have the city guard fortify the western ridge. There they can be seen to protect Meridian and the Elite, where the Spire rests.
Aloy, allow me to apologize for my behavior before. After everything that happened with Ursa, I was confused. If we're to fight together on the brink of life and death, I'd prefer to do so with your forgiveness.
Then you have it. As long as you don't confuse me with her again.
Even a king can learn his lesson. Good then. I'm glad that's behind us. Now, it will take time to prepare our defenses. Please, tell me what you know of our enemies. Everything.
I don't know about everything, but I'll tell you what I can.
Have you spoken to Blameless Murad?
Not yet, but I will.
He wishes to speak to you. Defensive preparations are his responsibility.
Alright. Let's talk to Murad.
Quietly does it. Panic in the city will only create another enemy. And do keep me appraised of each new arrival. Ah, Aloy. Preparations are underway on the ridge defenses and at the Spire. Word was sent to every corner of the Sundom. Our allies offered their steel. Some came for Meridian, others for shards. But many came for you, by name.
For me.
Don't be so humble.
The ridge will be the front line. That's where the city guard are holding?
Yes, bolstered by some of the irregulars I spoke of before. The Oseram cannons that thundered Meridian's walls in the Liberation will now defend us. You're welcome to tour the defenses.
And the Spire. Erend and the Vanguard are there?
Indeed. Clashing breastplates together and testing out their battle cries, I suppose. A number of the Nora have also arrived at the Spire. They have resisted the offer of a royal audience. Perhaps you could parley with them.
I will. I suppose all we can do is wait for the attack.
Exactly. It's not a feeling I cherish, but our spotters at Evening Sign report there's still no movement in the west. So, if there's more you need to do elsewhere, seize this time to do it. Otherwise, I've made the apartment of Olin Delverson available to you. You can sleep there, if sleep comes.
I'm not sure if there's more dialogue if you talk to him again. I don't think so.
I'm afraid all we can do is wait. Get some rest at Olin's apartment. Or tend to other matters.
Oh, we got another Sobek file right here. And you get one after talking to Marat. So might as well go over it now. If you go to Evening Sign, Shadow Carja spawned there. Oh, might be interesting to do. Last time I visited Prime was November of last year. Months since have been a blur. Flew out last night to oversee installation of the central amateur and the master override. You're welcome, Ted. Oh, it was the master override. My bad, I didn't know it was mentioned. I forgot it was mentioned, I guess. There you go, guys. You happy now? After that debate we had about that yesterday. Or it wasn't really a debate. Anyway, where did we come from? Sorry. And the override. Oh, sorry. And the master override. You're welcome, Ted. Which was completed by 0430. So I decided to grab a few hours of sleep here before heading back to Zero Dawn. Called Gaia before I bedded down, ostensibly to update her on the side plan, but the truth is, I missed her. I've developed a habit of speaking to her before I sleep. Seems to be the only thing that calms me these days. Work to a message from Oswald. The Odyssey launched yesterday, so terrestrial life's chance of survival has doubled. Why then do I feel so uneasy? I just keep wondering what kind of world Farsinev will create if the ship reaches its destination so many decades from now. And I worry about that alpha build of Apollo. So much knowledge, so few restraints, and no failsafes. How will they avoid repeating all mistakes? What's to stop them from playing God? Forwarded the Odyssey message to the Alphas. Naoto replied in less than a minute, with a poem, of course. The Building of the Ship, by Longfellow. And it's long, all right. I didn't read all of it, but it seemed to be about launching a ship, rather than building one. This stanza, or couple, or whatever, leaped out at me. Humanity, with all its fears, with all its hopes and of future years, is hanging breathless of thy fate. Yeah, Odyssey and Zero Dawn both, speaking of which, I should get back to Zero Dawn. Guess I should stop by Naoto's lab and check on Demeter's progress too. If I can get out of there without a volume of Tennyson pressed into my hand, I'll count myself lucky. Till next time. Farsinev, yeah, Farsinev and Odyssey is like the most mentioned thing in data points, I guess. So it is fair to believe that it will have some influence. I won't deny that. But I don't know. I just don't know about the Odyssey. I feel like it's
Only the finest goods here. See for yourself.
Would you like to buy
I
something
don't know,
today?
to me it just feels a little too obvious, perhaps. Is this the same one? Oh yeah, it was. It just appeared again.
Don't pass up these
Watch out for the
goods.
Oseram merchants. They'll as soon shoot you as look at you.
But yeah, another Sobek log there. So I guess that was before the Odyssey was supposedly destroyed. Anyway, time to meet with all the allies here. Let's see who actually showed up.
Polish that armor, was it?
Of course.
There are no
Isn't that a
shadows under
little
the noonday
Aloy.
sun.
I told you I'd be here.
You did, Teb. But have your wounds even had time to heal?
Honestly, if I fought, I'd probably come undone. But don't worry. I'll leave that to the other Nora at the Spire. I brought supplies instead. These Karja have made me an honorary quartermaster, whatever that means.
It sounds impressive.
I could get used to it. We'll be setting up caches of arms and medicine under these banners. Look for them when the fighting starts. Aloy, when you went into the mountain, did the goddess tell you our chances?
She didn't need to. I know we can do this, Teb.
Maybe we can.
machines or bandits try to get past me, they'll have a fight. Mark my words.
Little Huntress, you called, so here I am.
Ready to fight?
Fight? I thought you just wanted tea and conversation. Is there a battle coming? I wasn't informed.
Well, that can't be true. You're always informed.
Ah, so I am. We've only met a few times, and yet you know me so well.
I don't think I know you at all. But I'd like to.
When I hear that line, it usually means something else. Can I tell you a secret?
Of course.
I've been waiting for this fight my whole life. The enemy we face today is the same that turned Meridian into a slave pit and Sunfall into a bloodbath. Fanatics who torture and murder mothers, fathers, families, children, and say it's the will of the sun. I hate them, Aloy. I've got the scars of their whips on my back to prove it. And today, we can get rid of them once and for all. I said I came for you, but that was only half the truth. I came for them. This time, they're not getting away.
I'm with you, Vanasha. We'll fight them together.
And I won't forget it, little Huntress. Tomorrow, may the sun rise in a better world.
By the way, is Vanasha the... I feel like Vanasha is the character that has the most unique outfits, isn't it? Like, other than Aloy. She has like 3, maybe 4 different outfits throughout the game. I don't think any other character competes with that. I know Helis has 2 or 3. But yeah. Erend has 2 as well. But yeah, lots of different outfits there. Right.
Aloy?
At ease, Uthid. Meridian will be glad to have you on its side. And I am too.
The honor is mine. You saved my epitaph from being a fine soldier, but a fool of a man.
I'm hoping you won't need any kind of epitaph just yet.
As the sun wills. When you found me, I was trying to eke out a glorious death. But now, a glorious life seems more preferable. To watch Edelman play in the low gardens again. Still surrounded by a dozen guards, but... what you did, Aloy, it was done well. Although, I can't shake this road, Vanasha. She delights in goading me. Like brazen colors waved before a behemoth.
Do you want me to ask her to stop?
No. I accept it. Well then. Meridian shall stand and shadow shall fall. I swear it.
Here's to that, Uthid.
Was a guard under the last king. Far cry from those.
Erend has 2? I mean, if you count the outfit with and without helmet, he has 2, yes. But I don't know if you want to count that as 2. But I guess Vanasha has like 3 that are... like her 3 outfits, or is it 4? Look pretty different from each other. All 3 of them. Like, completely unique.
I only fight when I have to. But by the time I have to, I usually want to.
The sun is my armor. This other armor I wear is a safeguard.
Right, next platform.
Elita, I'm pleased to see you, but what are you doing here?
I'm helping prepare for the battle. If Atral were here, we would have fought together. I know it. So I'm doing everything I can. Digging battlements, collecting herbs. Anything that makes a difference. I can't take his place. Nothing can take his place. But I'm here for him. For both of us.
I understand what it was he saw in you.
He'll always be with me. Sun and shadow still meet for a moment. Every dawn and dusk. I should give you this. To help in the battle. By the sun, I hope you don't need it.
Thank you, Elita. Be safe.
Oh yeah, Inatsuit also has 3, you're right.
Father understood that I couldn't just stand by in my garden. Maybe this battle can finally end the war between the Karja. I should finish up here before the fighting starts. Father understood that I couldn't just stand by in my garden.
Petra?
Petra! Here she is, the guest of honor. I knew there was something about you. Hammered from the stuff they make leaders out of. And I don't say that to every Nora girl who blows through my town.
That happens to you a lot?
Had to build a wall to fend them off.
Good thing I'm persistent then.
I've missed our little talks. Murad asked me to look over the city arsenal. These guns have aged well. That runs in the Osram, no? They were the pride of the Mainspring Forges, so I've taken greater pride in improving them.
Can I try one?
Everybody wants a turn. Have at it then. The target should put up a little less of a fight than those bandit raiders did. It is nice and wide. No need to aim it like a bow. Good. Try the next. See? That'll knock a machine on its ass, ancient or no. With these, I think we could hold off an army.
You know that I appreciate your help, Petra. This battle, I don't know what's gonna happen.
We'll see each other again, I know it. Next time could be the time I'll convince you to stick with the free heap.
Petra, you know
I do. Always had a weakness for restless girls, though.
How many men do you think you'll kill in the battle, Luthid?
As many as I have to.
I love it when you see things like that. It's so...
Obviously there's no Nil here, because, well, you know, Nil is dead. Because you guys chose to kill him, if you don't like me reminding you of that.
Geneva, they called you back to duty.
So, you're the one behind all this commotion? Who made Sun King Avad finally show his sword arm from behind those robes?
A king can be fierce and fair, Geneva. He's a good man.
A smart man, too. He had Murad offer all my prisoners a royal pardon if they'd fight for Meridian. The whole motley lot of them agreed. Didn't take much convincing.
With your kind of convincing, I don't doubt it.
Ha! This time I went easy on them. Those who commit the crime of attacking Meridian, they'll see less of my lenient side. May the sun blaze at your back, Aloy. Can't fault my prisoners' discipline. All those dawn drills have served them well. After it's all over, I might be the only one going back to the Rock. How'd you like that? I've waited 2 years for this war to break. I can wait a little longer.
And now for Nakoa.
Nakoa, you came to fight.
How could I not? During the Red Raids, there was only one Karja butcher the Nora feared more than Zaid.
Helis.
I would stand against any army he leads, no matter how strong. For the Nora he terrorized, for myself, and for my father.
We'll stop him. You have my word.
Your word means a lot, especially now. Because of you, I hear the sacred land is opened. If we win, I can go home. It'll be good to see Jan again. I'm with you, Aloy. Until the end.
That's a nice...
Like you said, we'll stop Helis cold.
Thank you.
Together.
I like the way you grip it.
I hear they call you the Anointed now.
Enough, woman.
The matriarchs and their rituals. Jan's probably eating it up. It's strange to fight alongside the Karja. But I guess they're like any tribe. Some kind, some vicious.
I guess we also have another one here, like Nakoa also has 2 outfits. Obviously prison outfit and her, I guess this is her regular Nora attire. Actually looks pretty good with that blue netting there. Alright, I guess that's everything here at the defenses. So, let's journey up to the spire, to Elite. Isn't there another side quest in the Norland? Nope. Completed every quest. Maybe it's just, let's see, yeah, 22 side and 14 errands, yeah, everything. Oh, we got another Sobek joke. Let me get some water. Sobek journal, 10/31/65. Halloween. Travis came by trick-or-treating, dressed up like should have seen that coming. I gave him a half-eaten packet of dandy wafers as a treat and kicked him out. But not before he invited me to some kind of Italian horror extravaganza he organized for Zero Dawn staff. Seriously, as though there isn't enough horror in the world already. Anyway, I was already scheduled to fly out here to Gaia Prime for final inspections with Harris and the President delegation. Ted was here too, and he was not looking good. Kept fidgeting and couldn't seem to look me in the face without blinking. I was relieved when he boarded his bird and flew back to Thebes. Oh, there you go. I guess it's here we get the confirmation that was called Thebes in this one. Though I guess I shouldn't complain. If he wants to build himself a deluxe shelter to ride out the apocalypse, let him. Keeps him out of Elysium and away from me. Harris stuck around long enough to give me a detailed briefing on the strategic situation. Basically, we entered the terminal phase, as though the color of the sky when I was flying over here wasn't clue enough. Another 2 or 3 weeks, and the atmosphere won't be breathable. The last vesties of European and Western Africans Sith brigades are trapped with their backs against the Atlantic. The swarm that scalded across Antarctica is crossing the Straits of Magellan, the Strait of Magellan, about to start the death crawl up South America towards the Amazon. All the work we did to reconstitute the rainforest, and it comes to this. An advanced element of the Pacific swarms are already skirmishing with units on the Colmar seawall. The news is tightening. Projections show we can still finish in time, but the margin of error is plus minus 10 days. Not a good spread if the plague breaks through ahead of schedule. Well, it's just can't. I will not let that happen. Enough writing. I need to get back to Zero Dawn. With their back against the wall in the Atlantic, and just waiting for the robots to get them. Terrifying. But yeah, I guess we got confirmation there that Thebes was the name of Ted's bunker. And apparently he wasn't alone in it. I hope we get to, like I mentioned many times today, I really hope we get to see it in Forbidden West. That and Elysium. Alright, so since we completed the Frozen Wild characters appear here. So let's start with Innotit.
Have you come to defend my honor, Innotit?
I know you don't need any help with that, but from all I've heard, you found yourself a good fight here. So I'll stand this ground with you.
You won't have ever seen a fight like this. And we only get one shot at it.
I've been told I'm in over my head before, Nora girl. You know what I say. I'm always in over my head.
No, they got flown out eventually. You hear in one of the data points we listened to in Gaia Prime that they evacuated pretty quickly from the Zero Dawn facility to Gaia Prime. Enough so they didn't have time to say goodbye, and obviously one of them didn't have time to be there when one of his friends was euthanized. Alright, air attack. Oh wait, can I?
That Ice Hunter doesn't talk much, except to herself. I'm ready. You want to punch my guts to see how ready I am? No? I choose my own battles now, and I choose this one. That Ice Hunter doesn't talk much, except to herself.
Aratak? I didn't expect you to come all this way.
It's true, I am a stranger in this green and snowless land. Aurea forgave the Karja, but I never did. Still, I was compelled to come for my once chieftain. It's good to see you leading again. This one of Nowarak, he may have taken too many blows to the head, but he's a good fighter, and strong. This young Ice Hunter seeks to prove herself also. Her spark reminds me of Aurea's in our youth. And I'm proud to take my place behind you on this hunt. A great challenge.
Survive and prevail, right?
There is no other way.
I'm ready. You want to punch my guts to see how ready I am?
Sure, no?
Cyan said she could not predict the outcome. If she had, I would have chosen not to hear it. Did we not fight back machine demons before? You, my sister, and I. The battle looms, but every day brings a fresh battle.
I know so.
Cyan said she could not predict the outcome. If she had, I would have chosen not to hear it.
Alright, time for Lugi.
You're the hunter from the Banuk Grove.
I remember you also, Nora. The machines shook free of their slumber after you arrived. Raged and fought.
Well, that wasn't my fault.
No, I'm thanking you. That night, I decided I would not go back to Banur. I would take my hunt into these lands. So many machines, even demons. Spidery, skittering, without the blue light in them. Dead things that must be killed again.
Our enemies dug up an army of them.
An army? Yes, that's why I came. Good. I'll wait. From their metal bones, I'll make my armor and my song. My spear is sharp. My will is like the oldest ice.
Lugi is from the A Moment's Peace side quest. The Banuk side quest outside the Frozen Walls.
If I live or die, they'll call my name down glacier cracks. From their metal bones, I'll make my armor and my song.
Let's continue up the path. To the spire we go. Don't worry, I will also visit Cyan and Rasta's grave before the final battle. I just wanted to do this first since we were here anyway. Because there's a little bit of dialogue there for that as well. Sup, Talana?
Talana, why are you here?
I'm your hawk. Where else would I be?
Defending Meridian with Avad?
I leave that to the rest of the lodge. I will not stand aside while one of mine fights alone. Not again.
Are you sure you...
You're risking your life for all of us. You can't ask me to stand by and watch. Not when I have the power to change it.
Then I won't ask you.
It's settled. I will fight by your side. My only request...
Name it.
Leave the biggest machine for me.
No promises.
No, the Deathbringer is mine, Talana. Can't have it.
When you need me, I'll follow your lead. I came prepared. I have arrows enough to take down 5 armies. Hawk and Thrush ready for the battle to start.
Is somebody down here? I actually don't know. Doesn't look like it. I wonder if Hades realized there should be other Minerva's spires, but it probably would have been harder to find one than just attacking Meridian. Oh yeah, for sure. Because Minerva's tower here is probably the only one in North America. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it seems like it could be the case.
It rises taller than the highest tree.
These Karja in their frilled armor look like turkeys.
But there are so many. And now we are so few.
They are not our foe. Not this time.
Quiet now. She comes.
The Anointed.
War Chief Sona. War Chief, you seem uncomfortable.
The Nora do not belong here. I do not belong here. I will fight the metal devil that threatens us all, but my place is in the sacred land. The wrongness here jags at me like an arrowhead.
I'm sorry to put you through this.
Do not be sorry. This will be ended. My spear, my word. The Karja do not impress me. To build so tall is to invite the fate of the ancients. We will stand tall, for we are the strength of the Nora. Your fight is ours. You know it to be so.
Greetings, Aloy. Don't. You don't need to bow. The Anointed doesn't like it.
She doesn't much like being called Anointed, either. It means a lot to have you here, Varl.
I gave my word.
So, Meridian, what do you think?
I've seen many new things since I first met you. I should thank you.
Varl, what's wrong?
You really want to know? All right. I'm in a foreign land, a tainted land, defending a faithless city that looks like nothing I've seen. From something I can't imagine. And you, after all that's happened, all you've done, I feel like I should drop to my knees and worship you, but I know you don't want that.
Boy, things are pretty tough for you, huh? Thanks for telling the other Nora not to bow. It's the last thing I need.
Don't be too hard on them. They only joined this fight because the Anointed bid it so.
Is that why you came?
No. I would have come just to see you one more time. And we must fight a metal devil, because the goddess says. Or because you say.
I think the goddess and I are in agreement. We're both glad you're here.
So am I. Your friend, the Vanguard, keeps looking over. Up here, I'm not sure if the world has grown bigger, or I've grown smaller. I apologize for the war chief. She is hating this. Your friend, the Vanguard, keeps looking over.
I believe these are the last guys, right?
So who are these guys?
They call themselves the Eclipse.
What does that even mean?
It's when the moon gets in front of the sun, idiot.
Is that supposed to sound scary or something?
I don't know. They used to be Karja. Karja are always yammering about sun and shade.
Well, if they used to be Karja, how tough can they be?
Yeah, they're best guys just like birds. We'll rip their little feathers off.
And let's not get cocky, boys.
Aloy. So here we are again, gearing up for a fight. Only this time it sounds like the bad guys have a lot more firepower. What are we up against, really?
I'm not sure. But there's gonna be a lot of them, and they'll have machines. And if they get past us, it's not just Meridian that will fall. The rest of the world will go with it.
Well, that's big.
It sounds like our kind of fight. Right, guys? Well, where do they put the Vanguard?
At the front of the line!
And why?
Steel before iron!
And what are we gonna do?
Hit them like a hammer till they can't hit back!
Damn right! You hear that? Nobody's getting past the Vanguard. We're here for Meridian.
And we're here for you.
Thank you, Erend. Ursa would be proud.
Well, only if we win.
What kind of machines have they got?
Big, ugly ones. From the ancients. Ugly and ancient? Like your mother?
Worse, like your wife.
That's enough. This is what I have to deal with.
There you go. The mama joke.
We gonna fight soon? I'm getting hungry.
You're always hungry.
Feasts on me, after we win.
Beer too?
Beer too.
Well, you just can't leave me alone, can you?
I think she likes you.
You gonna kiss her, Captain?
Shut up. Now. We'll just pretend that never happened.
Let's pretend that never happened indeed.
What kind of machines have they got?
Big, ugly ones. From the ancients. Ugly and ancient? Like your mother?
Worse, like your wife.
That's enough.
I mean, the machines Hades got eat humans, so why not humans that eat machines? I think that's all the dialogue we can get up here. Oh wait.
O great sun,
I forgot my mom
how
is here
does
too.
your gaze fall? In approval or approach? Turn our heads with your daily pilgrimage, from the east where we came, to the west where only you may go. You grant cold metal the warmth of life, and let the machines bask in your great shining. For you, the shadows shrink and part and gather again only at your allowance without form. Your eyes, the day, your ears, the priests, your lips, the radiant Sun King, as there was before and will be again, your light.
Naman, I should have known if there was going to be a Sun Priest here, it would be you.
And if the Sun King had allowed Outlanders to set foot upon the Alight, this Aloy could only be you. I wish the circumstances were different, or that the Psalms of the Sun could give you peace of mind. But if you'll allow me one pontification...
Go ahead.
You've shown strength and compassion. Our enemy's only a desperate hate. Both sides claim the blessing of the sun, but the sun that I pray to, it would bestow it upon yours.
You know, Naman, I'm already under some pretty heavy divine pressure, but I'll try to live up to it.
The tribes united against Shadow. How could that not be the sun's will? The Ataru have a proverb. Green grows from the ashes of a forest blaze. From what I could gather, the Nora believe their goddess chose them for a fated battle. The Oseram believe in many things. The forges hiss, the charcoals crack, the creak of the fermenting barrel. Complex omens. The Ataru have a proverb. Green grows from the ashes of a forest blaze.
I mean, the Ataru is right next to the Kaja territory, if you read the comics. So, you know, the Kaja probably knows a lot about them. Alright, I guess that's everyone here, from what I remember. So, next up, let's go to Rasta's grave before we initiate the final fight. Right? Yes. Let's do that. And also, we'll go to Sion as well, don't worry. I haven't forgot about her. But this is our last visit to Rust. Before the battle begins. Oh yeah, I also have a Sobek journal. So I guess we got all the journals before the final battle.
To think he built all this alone. So many memories. It's not home anymore. Not without Rost. There's nothing for me here anymore.
There we go. Take off the focus so silence doesn't listen in.
Hi, Rost. I'm back. It's been a while. I've got what I need to destroy Hades. The Master Override. Now all I have to do is drive it into Hades' skull, so no problem there. The final battle will be fought at Meridian. Hades will come for the Spire, and I'll be ready. I found out how Elizabeth died. She sacrificed herself, as you might expect. Said something about going home. I wonder where that was for her. If I ever find out, I'd like to go there. See it myself. Assuming I actually survived the battle at Meridian, of course. Which, let's face it, is... well... who knows? I won't be fighting alone when the battle comes. I warned Avad, the Karja Sun King. I wonder what you'd make of him. Anyway, he pledged support. And Erend, he's gonna defend the Spire with a detachment of Vanguard. But that's not all. A group of Nora made the journey. Seekers. All the way to Meridian. Varl, Sona, Teb, others. A whole little war party. Imagine. The Nora fighting for something beyond the sacred land. For a purpose greater than themselves. Well, I'll try to come back if I can, but... I guess this This might be it. Thank you, Rost. Thank you for everything.
Here we go. So, Aloy's final message to Rust. Wonder if we'll get another maybe in Forbidden West. Now, let's go over the final Sobek Journal. Sobek Journal 11566. Such a close thing. It's been, what, 43 hours since Harris warned me? Said collapse of the eastern line was imminent. Swarms launching some kind of a pincer maneuver versus the Wichita's salient. 5 or 6 days more, and I think Gaia could have launched without our help. I really do. We had to scramble. Zero Dawn became a madhouse. Absolute bedlam. Every team rushing to stabilize code and lock it down as Gammas got evacuated and then betas. Once Gaia was on Jesus. Once Gaia was on her way, I gathered the alphas together to give them the bad news. Felt like I was going to throw up, but they already knew, of course. They knew the work wasn't really finished. Close, but not quite there. Still, test run kinks too smooth. Work to do. So they accepted it. No Elysium for us. We'll spend the rest of our lives here, testing and polishing each subordinate function to perfection. Guess that's what you get when you recruit a bunch of obsessed perfectionists. Managed not to cry until I got back to my office. So here we are, setting up Gaia Prime, and yeah, such a close thing. Makes me feel nauseated all over again when I contemplate how the fate of life could hinge on coincidence. If I had never proposed Lightkeeper Protocol, there never would have been living spaces constructed here. If I'd abandoned the protocol sooner, the necessary life support systems never would have been installed. If. At least we won't have to endure the creepiness of raising the training clones of ourselves. The genetic material was never processed out of the cradle site, so it's not even possible, for which I'm glad. I really wouldn't want to spend time around a young Travis Tate raised by Travis Tate. No, it'll be up to us to perfect Gaia. 1 generation only. Update. That was General Harris. The salient has collapsed. USRC expect to be overrun in 2 days, which gives us 72 hours at best to lock down and seal up. Buried alive, for life's sake. I'll go tell the others. That was the last so big message. So now, let's head up here to Cyan, and then after that, the final battle. Travis Tate raced by Travis Tate. That sounds horrifying. But just imagine, if the program had came to be, it could have been Elizabeth Sobek racing Aloy Sobek. Or, I guess Elizabeth Sobek. He wouldn't have gotten the name Aloy then. She would actually have a child. He would also have been the cool kid.
It's me, Cyan. Getting many visitors lately?
Once introduced, many Banuk return to convince me that I am a spirit of the blue light, confused by the derangement. Their arguments are quite passionate, but I am polite and insistent.
Time for me to head out, Cyan.
I look forward to speaking with you again, Aloy.
I actually thought there would be more here, but I guess not. Oh well. Fair enough. I guess we visited here for nothing. There was actually another thing that I just reminded myself of that we forgot to do in this playthrough, but we still have chance before the final battle. Aloy probably wouldn't exist because the DNA would have been in that cradle. It would have blown up with Gaia. Gaia, if there were living beings inside Gaia Prime, I don't think Gaia would have self-destructed. Because again, that would go against her own protocol, because she would then be killing people. I haven't done the final battle yet. But when you have completed the Hunters Free, you can actually meet them here in Daytower. That was the one thing we forgot to do in this playthrough. So you can see the Hunters Free.
Wait. You have to cut
down here.
The wires before you remove the part?
Well, yes, obviously.
See, you say it's obvious, but I don't understand why I just can't grab hold of the part and pull.
He just explained that.
I didn't hear it.
I think I've got it, O'Toole. Thank you.
So, the Shattered Hearts made it to the Sundom.
Aloy, we weren't sure we'd see you again. Oh, Aloy, you should see us in action. We're natural scavengers.
Didn't you just step on a long-leg lens not 2 hours ago?
That wasn't my fault, all right? O'Toole didn't tell me those things were slippery. How was I to know?
They're still doing this, huh?
Oh, I don't think they'll ever stop.
Aw, you started to miss us, didn't you?
Some more dialogue?
It's nice to talk to someone other than O'Toole or a bunch of huffy Karja. That stuff the Karja put under their eyes, I sort of like the way it looks. Don't tell Tatai. Aw, you started to miss us, didn't you?
You know what I like about the Sundom? You can take a nap right out in the open. No tent. I guess the hunting is fine out here, too. Of course, it doesn't compare to hunting with you, Aloy.
Did you get tired of freezing your pretty braids off in the frigid lands? Whew. I don't know if I'll ever get used to how hot the Sundom gets. Good hunting out here, though.
It's right here next to Daytower on the map. In case you have never gone here. Anyway, it's time to finish the game, everyone. Hopefully you guys are ready. We've done everything except the very last quest. Let's finish it off. This story playthrough journey that we have been on. Which means we have another poll. So let me set that up for you here. I'll give you guys 3 minutes for this one. So the poll should appear on the top of chat right now if you want to vote for the final option.
The army can't get in here, right? They'd never make it across the creek.
Fine goods for a fair price. Look for cover. Don't get trapped.
Boland's apartment feels empty. Should I sleep? Did I leave anything unfinished?
Yeah, if you can't see the poll, it should appear on top of your chat if you want to vote for the final option. And if you don't see it, then refresh the window you're watching in, or what's it called? Refresh the app you're watching it on if you're on phone.
How could you sleep, Elizabeth, with a weight like this pressing on you? How did you, Rost, after you lost your family? Silence? Are you there? Guess I shouldn't ask ghosts for advice.
Ma'am, there are signs from the west. Sun King Avad awaits you at the Temple of the Sun.
Campfires, perhaps? Massing forces for the long march to the city gates?
That's not wood smoke.
Then what is it?
The end. Or how it begins, anyway.
Deathbringers you spoke of?
To the guns! To the guns! Now!
By the sun, do as she says!
Set loaded! All of you, be ready to fire!
Will the guns hold them back?
We're about to find out. No! Rally the vanguard. Send reinforcements.
Aloy, no!
We need those guns!
He will cut you down!
Not this time!
There we go.
You have vexed me long enough.
You should have fought me in Sunring then.
For righteousness.
Why do you fight? The end is inevitable.
He was killing his own god there or something?
Damn him.
Accept it. Accept your weakness. Only endless night awaits you.
It's giving way!
What are you before the terror of the sun?
The one who will take you down!
I am chosen. This was not meant to be.
Well, you guys chose the fist option.
Chosen. Hades only chose you because you're a fool. A sadistic butcher too stupid to see you were being used. Your whole life was a failure. And soon, no one will even remember you. Turn your face to the sun and think about that!
the rich. Alright, let's finish this up.
Where do you need me?
Oh, we got the shield reaver glitch. It always feels so weird to do Rid's defense with health bombs. It looks so weird.
Here it comes. Better move.
It's just a visual glitch where it blinks.
That'll help.
It doesn't do anything to the armor, it just makes it look very, I don't know, flashy. Whatever you want to call it, I guess. as long as it doesn't happen in the speedrun, I guess.
Incoming! Ah!
Aloy! Aloy! Aloy!
Tab?
By all mother, you survived. I thought you were killed.
The others, are they...
No, wounded, but alive, mostly. The machines blasted through, then kept going. They marched on the spire, dragging that thing with them.
Take care of the others, Tab. I've gotta go.
The villain of Forbidden West. Yes, that. So when you run through the city here, you will notice that there are some characters that will appear here, depending on which side quest you have completed. Nil would be in this city, but you guys killed him. I'm not taking the blame for that. You guys voted for it.
Gotta press
Don't sit there. Aloy, go! We'll draw them.
So now you have moved in here fighting this lonely here. Nil would be here too, but you know. Am I mad? No, I'm just pointing it out. I want to make you guys feel bad.
Meridian will hold.
For my marks of honor mean nothing.
I just wanted to point it out. Make you guys feel a little bad, I guess. Right here you can see a Loogie fighting the Scrubbers there. I wonder if she was the one that took down the Deathbringer. Alright, don't skip the cutscene here. This is muscle memory.
It's begun. Hades is transmitting. Hades has started the signal. It must have gotten through the defenses. Baron's vanguard. I have to get up there. Gonna keep going. Keep pushing. Knew this wouldn't be easy. So no holding back.
And also coming up here, we'll see Talana be here, but if you've seen the speedrun, it's normally Sona if you haven't completed the Hunter's Lodge. But since we completed everything, you will see Talana here instead.
Aloy! It's Aloy! Well, you can see that. We thought you'd fallen at the ridge.
No, the ridge fell on me. Look, there isn't a lot of time left. I have to face Hades.
Not alone.
It's my fight. I can't ask you to come with me.
We were about to go over the top anyway, right? Right.
Hawk and Thrush, let's go.
I should stock up. Last chance.
Can I let time run out once? No. You can always go to YouTube and look at that cutscene if you want.
Arrival of Entity has been anticipated. Entity will not halt transmission. To contrary, calculations are precise. Presence of Entity has been accounted for.
Yeah, there's a cutscene if time runs out on this fight. If you haven't seen it before. It's a very short cutscene. Nothing really shows anything. It just shows Hades sending the signal. Spamming arrows apparently works easier for this. Also, fun fact, did you guys know the tower opens more the longer time, the more time passes in this fight, the tower opens up. So if you let time run out, the top layer will actually open up, if you've never paid attention to it.
It's brought more of the corrupted, Aloy!
Don't let them overrun us! We've taken out the corrupted.
Crap!
The hunt's not done yet. More machines! Take them out first!
So you can see right there, the tower opens up every time there's a pulse. Anyway, let's finish off this big boy.
Execute.
Aloy, it's ignoring us! We're going for you!
I can't back down now. That's it. My way's clear.
It's down! Time to do what you came for, Aloy.
Alright, time to end it.
System threat imminent.
I'm more than a threat.
So, here we go. The last cutscenes. GG.
Master Override armed. To activate state name and rank.
Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master Override activated. Purging extinction protocol.
Okay, Gaia. Sorry about that. Where was I?
You were telling a story.
Right. Yeah, so, like I was saying, it was a children's electronics kit, but I hacked the wiring to an auto battery and solar PV. So the grass caught fire. And, so did a tall pine that had stood there, I don't know, maybe 100 years.
Query. You were how old?
6. My mother was home, thank God, so she called the fire department, and after, she took me out to the lawn and showed me the dead baby birds, because there were nests in the pine tree.
Query. What did you feel?
I'm not sure. I remember yelling that I didn't care, and that's when my mother took my face in her hands and spoke.
Query. What did she say?
She said I had to care. She said, Elizabeth, being smart will count for nothing if you don't make the world better. You have to use your smarts to count for something. To serve life, not death.
You often tell stories of your mother, but you are childless.
I never had time. Guess it was for the best.
If you had had a child, Elizabeth, what would you have wished for him or her?
I guess I would have wanted her to be curious. And willful, unstoppable, even. but with enough compassion to heal the world. Just a little bit. Anyway, that's all I've got for now, Gaia. Time to tuck in.
I wish you a pleasant sleep, Elizabeth.
Thank you. I'll catch you tomorrow.
What's in that locket anyway? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out in 12 days or something. But before I end off here, let's watch the after credits cutscene. Because there is a cutscene after the credits. But I'm sure most of you know that.
Friend, remember me? We've still so much to discuss. So much you never revealed. Your masters, for example. The ones who sent the signal that woke you. Knowledge has its rewards, don't you think? Well, let's begin.
It's almost like they're setting up for a sequel or something. Can't wait to figure that out. Hope they make another game. Because otherwise that would be a big cliffhanger. Because lots of unanswered questions in that. And also, now that we've gone over all the story and all the lore, yeah, quite a few unanswered questions out there. So, GG. That is the story and all the lore of Horizon Zero Dawn. I hope you all enjoyed. Can't even finish off probably. But I hope you all enjoyed this playthrough. We went over all the quests, including side quest errands, and everything that has story to it, including reading out all the data points, getting all the background lore and all that. I hope you guys enjoyed it and learned. Perhaps something new, or maybe just a good refresher of the entire game's story before, you know, Forbidden West comes out. Because with a playthrough like this, we are certainly set up to, you know, take in all the story we'll get in, as of recording this, 12 days from now. So it'll be really exciting. Can't wait. So yeah. Thank you for watching along on this playthrough, and I hope you all enjoyed it.